Hey guys, oops, there we are. Hey guys, it's your legal bestie, Attorney Simone, and today we are continuing with live trial coverage of the ASAP Rocky trial. So any minute now, they should be starting back up today. This is ASAP Relly is the current victim on the stand. He is being interviewed by the prosecutors. He's being examined by the prosecutors in what's called direct examination. And then after that, the defense is probably going to tear his little butt up. So we're going to see what happens there. For right now, we're just waiting for everything to start. So I'm going to turn, here we go. I'm going to just put the screen large here, but then I will be coming back on to give you commentary.
Mr. Efron, also known as, I understand that ASAP Relly is going to be called to the stand today, is that right?
That is the plan, yeah.
All right. Relly is, I know, a very important witness to both sides.
Your Honor, just so you know, he's in the court right now. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to make it clear.
Where is it? What's your first name? Terrell.
That's one R and two L's.
EPHRO. All right. Mr. Efron is an extremely important witness to both sides. That's patently obvious. The jury is entitled to know him and about him, consistent with case law and statutory law. The parameters of questioning that I am permitting is based on my consideration of a number of factors, including the evidence code, specifically all aspects of evidence code section 352, the probative value weighed against prejudice, the relevance to issues that the jury will have to decide and discuss, and both sides advocating for their client, and above all, fairness to both sides. The rulings on what Mr. Efron can be questioned about on direct examination and cross-examination is final, with no input from either side. He can be called, he's been identified as ASAP Relly. He's also been identified as Terrell Efron. Depending on how you wish to address him, you can call him either Relly or Mr. Efron. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him. Oh, and I mentioned, I had told counsel before that they could record what I'm saying now for future, in the future, for later today or any other time. And the people are welcome to also.
We have one moment.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'll start again. As I said, he can be called by either Relly or whatever the counsel feels most comfortable with. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him or accuses him of being a thief, a liar, an extortionist, or any other derogatory term. He's not to be accused of any type of name. Final argument is a different story. This only applies to how he's going to be addressed. I don't want, well, isn't it true you're a liar, or you're an extortionist, or you argue a drug dealer, or anything like that. That is not to be asked. He can be asked about felony convictions involving moral turpitude. I have not seen a rap sheet of Mr. Efron. Does Mr. Efron have any felony convictions?
No.
So if he has no felony convictions, obviously he has no felony convictions involving moral turpitude.
I agree.
And you reviewed his rap sheet?
I did. I
had written in my notes here that if he has felony convictions, I wanted to review his felony, review his rap sheet before he testifies under evidence code section 352. But if he has no felony convictions, then there's no reason for you to examine a rap sheet, even assuming he has one. He is not to be asked about any other involvement in any other criminal activity in which there was no felony conviction. All of that is off limits. So if there has been illegal conduct in the past, if it did not result in a felony conviction, involving moral turpitude, it's off limits. The relationship between Rocky and Relly is fair game. All personal contact between Relly and Rocky from the date of the shooting to the present is fair game. Any statement by Relly to anyone regarding his seeking money from Rocky, both pre-incident and post-incident, is fair game.
Oh, that's a win.
Any personal
Huge win for
contact between Relly and Rocky of any kind which predate the shooting by 2 years is fair game. Statements made by Relly to anyone about Rocky for a period from 1 year from 1 year prior to the incident to the present day. If Relly made statements on social media regarding Rocky, that's fair game. Voicemail, fair game. Oral statements made to any person, to anyone, is fair game, as long as, if there's a denial, the recipient must be available. If Relly says he didn't make a statement. Any written statements by Relly to anyone is fair game. The recipient, however, must be available if Relly denies that he made that written statement. Recorded or oral telephone conversations in which Relly is a party is not permitted under under Penal Code Section 632, unless all parties to the conversation consent to the recording.
Okay. Oh,
Those are the parameters.
okay. So no recordings unless everybody consented to the recording. That's interesting. That might be the California law. I think that
I
is
just said,
California law.
I just set forth the parameters. If you think that something contravenes what I just said, lodge an objection. Okay, I'm not gonna do any clarifying because
Do Rocky got the same suit on?
take us forever for both sides to go through question after
How many
question.
brown suits?
I set parameters. Both of you know, if you think that on either side, if the question contravenes these parameters, lodge an objection. All right, different topic.
Too hot.
Does the prop gun exist?
Your Honor, do you want the witness to go out of the, yeah?
What witness?
Y'all, this is key.
Yes, because we're going to be talking about evidence. Yeah, yes, please step out.
Your Honor, while he's here, the court wanted to inquire on the issue of whether he's willing to speak to the defense.
All right, yes. Mr. Relly, the defense, I know, you've been interviewed in the past and you've been examined in court a number of times.
I don't see Rihanna.
The defense would like to, question you further, get an update on any information. It's your decision whether you want to or not. It's optional. You can say, yes, I'm willing to be interviewed, and if you are, that's fine. If you don't want to be interviewed, then you don't have to. It's your decision. But they want to know whether you're willing to sit for an interview. So what's your response?
I respectfully decline.
Okay, all right.
So the
You
question
step
is,
out
does he
and
want to
we'll
let
have you come back
interview him?
in,
He said no.
We're ready for you.
But the defense gets to say he wouldn't let us interview him before it. The judge was just speaking directly to Relly to ask Relly
So just before we were gonna,
if he'd let the
either the
defense
court can,
We're gonna deal with that.
no, no,
interview
the
him.
court started to talk about evidence in the case, and I wanted to make sure that they were not in here while the court was talking about the
Oh.
problem.
Yeah, so Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips, they are not before. All right, all right. Does the prop gun exist?
The prop gun existed, yes.
Does it exist now?
I don't know if it exists now. Are you asking, do we have, are we gonna produce it?
Yes.
No.
All right, well, that answers that question.
Oh my gosh,
All
so
right,
that's
let's deal with.
that's crazy.
Mr. Levin. Is he outside?
so wait, so it's supposed to be.
All right, can you have?
They're
him?
saying they're not submitting the prop gun to the court. Now this makes me think they might be lying. They are probably lying. How do you? If I had the prop gun,
And I don't
under the-
see any reason why.
Ooh, what do y'all think in the chat?
Really can't.
The judge just asked if the prop gun existed, if they were going to use the prop gun. defense counsel said no, they're not going to submit it into evidence. They're not going to present it at trial.
This area, council, I don't have a problem being, if council has an objection, I think it would be a.
Do you see any reason why you can't be in here? I'm gonna be talking now about Levin and Phillips. I'm not talking anymore.
I don't think he should be here.
If you don't think he should be in here, then he's,
And I don't think Levin should be here after you're done.
he doesn't need to be. I just, are you
Hey,
Mr.
baby
Levin?
doll mom. Baby doll's mom.
What's your first name, Mr. Levin?
Louis, L-O-U-I-S.
Deputy Bennett, could you give him a piece of paper? On the piece of paper, I want you to write the birthday count.
Yes.
I don't want you to stay in an open court because this is being recorded and, you know,
Understood.
the public doesn't need to know what your birthday is.
Thank you.
This is crazy.
Once you write down your birthday on the piece of paper, give it to Deputy Bennett.
Hey,
Deputy
Chris.
Bennett, give it to the prosecutors and they can
What a cute picture, Chris.
investigate it.
Y'all, that's huge. So the judge just asked
Have you done that?
the defense if they're going to use
All
the
right.
top gun or admit it
Mr.
to
Levin,
evidence. They
the,
said no.
The-
And
the
they are
prosecutors,
even implied like it's missing.
They want the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand.
Thank you, Faith.
It's optional. You can agree to do it, or you can refuse to do it. It's just totally up to you. Were you advised of this?
No.
All right.
Oh, this was, you did show this yesterday. You are right.
Explore what you have to offer in this case.
But I'll explain it.
Are you willing to be
It is a
interviewed
rerun.
by them?
No.
All right, step out here.
So this is someone, Mr. Phillips. He's either ASAP
Oh, yeah.
agent.
I just want you to know, and
Or-
Relly will be told the same thing. By refusing, this can be brought out on cross-examination, that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, which could impact your credibility. But that's totally your decision. If you don't want to talk to the prosecutors, you don't have to. If you agree to, you can. But I
Yeah,
just
this
want
is
you
what
to
is
know
from
of the consequences.
You must not have
You
officially
still
started.
don't want to speak with them?
Correct.
All right.
I'm assuming he could answer as to why he doesn't want to. Correct.
Yeah, well, if he's asked,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
of course. If he's asked, if he's confronted with, isn't it true that, we wanted to speak to you and you refused? He'll say yes. And then the prosecution asks, or you can ask, why did you refuse? Sure. If it's touched on direct, it can be touched on, if it's touched on a cross-examination, you can touch on it on a redirect. All right, step out, please.
Thank you.
What about Phillips?
Your before you on to Mr. Phillips, we still do not have, council has never provided the date of the interview with him.
All right.
How many
You-
there were.
Y'all, let me
I
adjust this.
have things.
Oh, okay.
in a
Here's what we're gonna
certain
do.
order. What about Phillips?
When I started drinking warm water to
Heck.
Good evening.
Here's what we will do let's do this. Since they were actually playing a rerun. Okay, Rihanna is there. They're playing a rerun from yesterday. Let me see. I'm going to pull that down. Here we are. I'm going to pull it down. Hold on.
When you turn around, he was like,
Here we go.
kind of looked like a movie. The whole thing was like a movie, like, you know what I mean? So he kind of like pointed down. He shot the first shot. When he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot. So I grabbed it, used him as a shield. He's going around trying to shoot me between the elbows. 12B is off to the side. I'm not really worrying about him. I'm just trying to like not get hit at this point.
Okay. Okay, Rihanna is there. Now we have it
So,
live now.
As you were saying that he had the gun out, you had your right arm extended about shoulder high.
Yeah, because he kind of like, when he turned around, kind of like his back was turned, like it was like.
Literally, it just started, guys. People are worried.
He
It literally
turned around,
just started.
the gun's there, he kind of like jumped when he shot, and kind of shot down, like, you know what I'm saying?
The gun that he was holding, did it look like the same gun that he pulled on you at the parking lot?
Yeah,
And when you say he shot down, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like it was kind of like this. It wasn't like pointing and doing, but it wasn't like aiming at you. It was kind of like that. So he just, like I said, it was like a movie kind of like, boom, and then like just running around trying to like hit me.
Okay, the motion he made with his arm, Your Honor. Yeah, so he had his arm extended out, and then as he was saying shot down, he lifted his arm up to about head high, and then had his pointer finger sort of pointed forward but in a downward trajectory.
Yeah, it was higher than
Well, I don't really remember, but from what like, it was more like it was fast. He turned around, and then it was like, boom. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
not like.
Okay. You said that as he shot the gun the first time,
Mhm.
you said your hand felt hot, correct?
Yeah,
Where on your hand felt hot?
my left hand.
Where?
Left hand. Just right above my knuckles. Like my knuckles right here, below my knuckles. So it's right here. And if I was to fall, you would see other injuries on that picture from that day from my knuckles and all around here. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay, yeah. I'm just when you point this up, I have to describe it. So
my knuckles,
What he's
I still got
pointing
a
to
mark from that day.
what he's pointing to are the middle knuckles on his left hand. Kind of, he has his hand sort of curled and going across.
Yeah, right there. So it's
Hold on. Don't get up at the same time. So wait, go ahead.
I think I was done. He motioned with his right hand across his left hand, middle knuckles.
Ask another question.
You said that you then, got behind Hills, correct?
I dashed to him. I got ran to him and he just grabbed him.
How did Hills react to this?
Oh, he was like petrified. He was screaming. After he literally said, "You could have got me killed." And I said, "What? You came with him?"
Wait, I want to stay right at that moment, though. I don't want to jump ahead. So right at that moment, you're saying he was petrified, correct?
Petrified.
Physically, what did he do? Did he move at all?
He was petrified. I grabbed him and he's like screaming, "No, no, no." And I'm using him every which way.
When you say petrified, though, is he moving at all or is he standing still?
Yeah, he's trying to move. And then he dropped his body.
Okay. And were you intentionally trying to position Hills between you
Oh,
and the
yeah.
defendant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that would have been there, I would have did that, especially if you came with him.
And then, Welby or Jamel, what did he do?
I don't know because I'm too busy grabbing hills. I don't really see what 12 is. He's off to the side. I see him off to the side the whole time, but I don't really know what's going on. I don't even see them running off really. Like, I'm still dealing like with Ills literally telling me I could have got him killed while I'm just running off.
Right. Again, I don't want to jump ahead. I want to stay right at the moment when the shots are fired. Are you saying as the defendant fires the first shot, you then move around the hills? You're not paying attention to 12, so you're not entirely sure what he did.
No, I'm not really sure what Toby was doing.
Okay. Then after the first gunshot, what did you see the defendant do? Physically, what did he do with his body?
Oh, he's running up and he shot again.
What does running up mean?
Like he's running and shooting. Like he's trying to like find. He's trying to look for a way to shoot because if I wasn't grabbing the hills, I mean.
Did he physically come closer to you?
Yeah. He
And
got close.
you're saying
The whole time it was close, but he got really close.
you were saying that he was trying to move motion around hills, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna move to some video again.
Which is the new exhibit or?
No, save
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, it's a continuation of yesterday's ceremony. I don't know what a vesic is. What's a vesic? So this is really back on the skin. Oh,
So, Your Honor, what I have on the screen is the file that's labeled sequence surveillance video from People's 15. I have it right now on the video player at the bottom. It's paused at 31 seconds into this video file. And it stopped there. Mr. Efron, do you see the larger video in the background?
Yes,
Mostly gray.
yes.
Do you recognize that area that we're looking at there?
Other than that day,
All right, I'm talking specifically about that day. Can you orient yourself on what you're seeing from that part of the video?
I mean, to the far right, that's where the curve is at. That's where the curve is at, and the stop sign where like the incident happened.
Can you point to it with the pointer?
So pretty much we walked right here, and Rocky got to like right along.
Keep your voice up.
I said we got to like right here, and
Yep.
then as soon as like
But if
we
you
got
don't
into the
object,
street around right here, that's when the
then
shooting took
you're allowed to
place.
keep bleeding.
Okay, I would say he's pointing to the top left-hand corner, in where the street area is that we can see. Okay.
Right, that is across from that orange wall barricade there, where that is.
That's accurate.
Sure. All right, I'm gonna play the video and then I'll go back and ask some more questions about it. All right, start talking to the watch.
Neuronal, is he doing a good job? That job. I need to see a little more today before I give you an opinion. Yeah, it does seem like he's letting this guy dig himself into a hole that they're gonna trap him in cross-examination.
I'm gonna pause it at 55 seconds. Back. I'll ask you some questions. So let's start at the beginning, start from. I know it's gonna be hard to see here, but from taking you back to that night, you see the person that we can see best at the top left-hand corner, kind of in the middle of that street. You see that person?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Rocky.
Okay. There's another
Joe
individual.
Mel with the red jacket.
Okay. Let me just finish the question.
I can't see nothing.
The court photographs take it right down. So that would be just above him and maybe just slightly to the left. There's another person there. You're saying that's Jamel?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And then you and Ills at this moment, are the two of you at the street corner?
I don't know, it's kind of blurry.
That's
Yeah, I can't really see that that's a hydrant or like people that can't really see.
That's right. Let me play it forward a little bit. If you could watch them. But with that, as your memory from that day, would that be the area that you recall being at?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play it forward just a little. Did you see the movement of those two people that I was pointing to just a few seconds ago?
No.
Wait, go back.
Sure. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Was one of those individuals you,
Yes.
and the other one was Hills?
Yes.
And what motion did you see yourself take on the video?
Like running towards it.
Okay, would you have been farther to the left-hand side of the screen just slightly?
Yeah, I'm on the left. It was to be on the right.
And, okay, then You go back just a little, start again at 35 seconds. The person that we see moving forward, is that still the defendant?
Yeah, so I'm kind of like running around L's at that point while Rocky's like, it's like a circle. Or captain like a circle.
I'm gonna go back and restart at about 35 seconds. Can you focus? Anytime I'm gonna ask you to focus on the person who said it's 12 feet, and tell us where you see that person go. Okay? All right, and I'm pausing it at 42 seconds. Where did you see 12 feet go?
He ran across the wall.
Okay, I have paused here at 42 seconds.
Yep, agreed. In
Would
there.
it be this person here?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you remember what this area was at all? I know it's been
No idea. No idea.
The
okay.
lawyer's enjoying this for
Um,
ASAP.
But was there a wall here? Is that what this
Yeah.
white object is? All right. Did he make that motion right as the gunshot started happening?
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna play it forward. And I'm gonna stop it at 50 seconds. If you need me to go back, I will, but did you see what you and Ills were doing at that part that I just played? That's short.
I'm gonna go back. I was looking at Jamel still.
That's fine. Started back at 47 seconds. Oh, hold on. Go back a little farther. Started at 42 seconds. Stopped it at 51. Did you see what the two of you were doing?
Yeah, so after Ellis dropped his body, I probably was just looking to see where he was before I just run off or continue back down like Hollywood where I was at before.
Okay. When you say Ills dropped his body, what do you mean by that?
Like he physically just dropped, like his weight.
Did you do anything to push him to the ground?
No, no,
Did you strike him?
no, of course not.
Did you throw any punches towards him?
No.
What?
So are you describing him essentially dropping his body to try to get away from you? Because you're trying to hold him?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Did you personally go to the ground as he dropped his body?
Yeah, as he dropped. So I like kind of dropped with him. You could see me like almost drop, but looking back to see kind of.
All right.
Could this be when he
and then fair to say at that point, that's when the defendant was running
Yeah,
away?
you could see Jamel like pushing him away at that point.
All right, I'm gonna play another video file.
So he's acknowledging he fell to the ground too. But he's saying he didn't hit the guy and make him fall to the ground. I guess he grabbed him, and the guy dropped his body to, I guess, get released from his grip. That's not really clear. Let me know what your thoughts are in the chat.
All right, Your Honor, this video file is called combined surveillance video.
Part 15?
Yes, on the same drive. And right now I have it paused at 46 seconds. Mr. Efron, would you agree this appears to be the same camera angle?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna play it forward. And I'll pause it in a second. I'm gonna pause it at 54
I don't know that she's kept out of the courtroom.
Does this look like a zoomed in?
They only
version
keep
of that
witnesses out of the
in
courtroom.
that
So unless
area
she's
where
expected to be
you're
called a
describing
witness, they
this
wouldn't keep her
interaction
out.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play the video forward from here. I'll ask you some questions. Okay. I'm gonna stop it at 1 minute, 16 seconds. I wanna go back to asking a few follow-up questions.
Right, sorry, could you just identify what exhibit this is?
It's 15.
Well,
The video is called Combined Surveillance Video. So if you wanna see, there's
not the sequence,
there's sequence, there's combined, and then there's the 3 files.
they're all part of it.
Yes.
This one's combined surveillance with it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Starting at about 50 seconds. Zooms in. Again, just so we're all on the same page of who we're talking about, where it's paused at 55 seconds here, this individual here in the sort of in the middle of the street area, that's the defendant, correct?
Yes.
The person just to the left of him and slightly above him?
Jamal.
Okay. And then it's hard to see where you and Bill would be, but could you agree
Wait, both can't talk at the same time.
That's okay. You'd be towards the left here, more closer to the corner of the street, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to play it forward and I'm going to pause it at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Can you make out which person you are, Mr. Efron?
Right here in the picture.
Yeah, where it's paused here at 1 minute and 2
I
seconds.
know with the white Air Forces, it's really hard to tell what the white Air Forces. Oh,
I love you.
I can see a better one here than on the big screen for some reason. But from here, over here looks way better.
Okay.
Well, I'm in this figure, whatever this is right here, but from here you can actually see it more.
Can you actually see on your back, Mr. Efron, the design that was on the back of your sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay. In that video, if you point to where the design is, if you can see it on the big screen.
White.
So it's say right in the middle of the top of the where the image is paused on.
To be precise, it looks like a white circle on your mind.
Okay. And I'll play this video over here. And we stop it at 1 minute and 14 seconds. At this point, have you and Ills separated from each other?
Yes.
And why did you let him go at that point?
Because I've probably seen Rocky running off already.
Okay. You described the first shot, the motion the defendant made with his hand as he shot the first shot. Was the second shot any different from that?
I don't know at that point. I'm ducking.
You weren't really paying attention
So no, I just was really just trying to grab those.
Okay. 1 second. Do you recall? I'm going to show you Equals 7. Do you recognize that area at all?
Yeah,
And what is that area?
that's what happened.
Okay. So where the 2 shots were fired, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
When the shots were first fired, can you point for the jury to a spot that is near where you were on that street?
I was coming down here, and I probably got to around right here, I believe, and Rocky was like right here,
Okay.
and it got like around, then it got all around this area,
Your Honor, actually, I think what may be easier, I'm gonna have him just mark on the photograph itself, just people 7. Let's do, for you, can you put an X where you would be when the first shot would happen?
probably hop up the curb a little bit, I would say like what he's saying.
Okay, and then do a triangle for where the defendant was. Okay. Wait. Back up.
This poor guy looks like he's having a rough life. He looks like life is lifing on him.
Okay, a little better. The X you made is right here, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that it was closer to the curb,
Yes.
and where you're describing was right by the corner, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And then the triangle that you made for the defendant is here more in the middle of the street on Biscuit Delmont, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Who just pulls a gun on the street though, like fake or real, in the middle of the day? That just seems ridiculous. Like ASAP has so much more to lose than doing stuff like that. Hey,
As
Mom.
the defendant was shooting at you, was it your belief that the gun that he was using was a real gun or a fake gun?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, did you believe as the defendant was shooting at you that he was shooting a real gun or a fake gun?
Oh, it was a real gun.
And what led you to believe that it was a real gun?
I mean, I was hit. I was hit.
Was there anything else about it?
Want to know the difference between? I mean, I don't know how would you somebody shooting at you. I don't know how to answer that kind of.
Okay, sir.
They did not prep this witness well at all.
And I wasn't like I was grazed. I wasn't hit. I didn't have a hole to my hand or nothing. It was like that's what it was, you know.
At the moment that he first started firing at you, what would you estimate would be the distance between the two of you? And if it's easier to point to something in the courtroom, you can do that.
From the first shooting,
Yes.
probably like where I'm at from you at, probably I guess, or a little bit further. I don't know.
This is, where Mr. Griswold is standing,
Yeah.
approximately 15 feet from the witness.
Okay. By the time he fired the second shot, what was
Like
the
a
distance?
little further, like a little. It was around there. Yeah.
Sorry, which shot were you talking about?
The first one was like 15 to like 7. 15, maybe around there. Yeah. A few years ago.
You said on the second shot that he moved a little closer to you. What would you estimate would be the distance to that one?
Oh, he was right up on us. I'm saying us because it was me and him. And I thought it was a bunch of shots because I'm just trying to like, you literally just duck underneath Ills, do whatever. Which way he was going, I'm putting Ills.
So he used the guy
How
ill
many shots
as a
did you
human
believe that
shield.
he fired at you?
At the time, I believe it was 3 or 4.
In fact, when you reported this to the police, how many shots did you tell them that he fired at
I believe 3 or 4.
you? And did you tell that to multiple police officers?
I didn't.
Was there
It was 2, if any.
anything that happened after you reported this to police that caused you to change your opinion on how many shots he fired?
No.
So you still, as you sit here right now, is it your testimony that he fired either 3 or 4 shots at you?
I mean, I've seen the video, so I understand it was 2 shots now.
That's what I mean. Okay, so as you sit here now.
Right. This is why I
it's your
say
belief he fired
they
2
did
shots
not
at
prep this
you, right?
witness well.
But when you initially reported it, you reported it as
3 or 4 shots. Yeah. Because it sounded like that. We're in like a closed, it's real loud. You know what I'm saying?
You said that what changed your opinion was that you watched a video, correct?
Oh, yeah. The preliminary hearing
Okay.
was the first time I seen the actual, like, the sound of the shots.
Your Honor, was the court judicial notice that the preliminary hearing was November 8th of 2023?
I don't have the transcript. Does everybody agree that was?
That's right, yes.
So between the date of this incident, November 6th, 2021 to November 8th, 2023, in those 2 years, you believe that it was 3 or 4 gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And then after you watched a video that had sound, after preliminary hearing, you changed you understood then that it was 2 gunshots, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
They should have also prepped him that, hey, they're going to say this is a fake gun.
Way more, but I'm going off of the video because mentally I feel like I shot it a lot of times.
One thing he hasn't
Okay.
said is that
I
he
just, if you
saw
can just clarify for us,
flash.
when you're referring to something, if it's based on your memory or from watching a video, can you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's see whether he says he saw flashes
Now
from a
I'm gonna have to
gunshot.
mark my next exhibit.
17.
Because if he didn't, that would support more in line with the prop gun. Although we know some prop guns flash, some don't. Yes, he's suing Rocky for $30 million in civil court as we speak, and represented by Johnny Depp's lawyer, Camille.
Showing me what's marked as people's.
He's currently suing him in civil court. Yes, he can.
What, you see there?
Yeah.
And what is that?
That's my left hand.
And, do you know who took this picture?
Probably was off my phone.
This is a picture you took.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to take photos of the
And,
audience.
do you know when you took this picture?
Probably the day after or the day. That day.
So you're thinking either November 6th or November 7th?
Or 8th. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Somewhere within a day or two of the actual shooting.
Yeah.
And the red marks that we see on your pointer
I think he was
finger,
shot at
middle
too.
finger,
The
and
question is
slightly
just,
on your
was it a
ring
real
finger
gun
there.
or not?
What caused those injuries?
A grave, I believe. Because, like what I said, I felt something hot. And if I was to fall on my hand, I'm not no expert or anything, but if I was to fall on my hand or anything, my knuckles at the top would be messed up and everything else would be messed up. It just was right here.
Okay. So
And
you're
I
saying,
weighed 210 pounds. Probably at that time I weighed 190. So if I'm falling on my weight, my whole knuckle would be damaged on my whole hand.
He's trying to say he didn't get that from falling, although he did fall.
Yeah, that was that was-
He's saying he didn't get that
when
from
you say
falling.
grazed, are you
Got it
talking
from a
about
bullet
grazed from one of the bullets?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's gonna be a leading objection, but it's getting work.
What do you mean when you say grazed?
He is wearing the same clothes as yesterday. That's why I'm
When he shot the
confused.
first shot, I felt my hand hot because I felt like I got grazed.
By what?
A bullet.
Thank you.
He probably has a different undershirt, but this was a dumb decision. He must not own a suit.
After the second shot, so after the shooting, where did you see the defendant go?
I just ran after it. I just grabbed it.
But where did you see the defendant go?
After the shooting or while he was shooting?
After the shooting.
Oh, I seen him leave. Like I think he just took off
Okay.
and he ran.
And did he run out of your view? So you lost sight of him?
Yes.
Where, after was he the first one to leave?
I don't know. I don't
Did
know
you
if he was
see
the
at
first
some
one.
point, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Did you see at some point, 12 meters?
It was 3 years ago. I really don't really remember that. I just remember what happened to me. Like all these small pieces, it's kind of hard to like remember unless I have something physically or I said something around that time to remind me.
Was Was there a moment after the shooting where it was only you and Hills who were left on that street together?
Probably for like a second, he was still getting up or he was ready to run.
Okay. After Hills went to the ground, what was the next thing that happened?
I think they took off. Like 12 and Rocky took off, and then I'm probably like scanning the area to make sure he's still not there. Or shooting.
Definitely. Definitely.
And then I took off back the same way that I came, and went down Hollywood back to the Lowe's.
When you say the same way you came, are you talking about the same streets that you walked?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would have been headed back towards the W Hotel in that area?
Yeah, correct.
And then did you walk all the way up to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, I did.
And from Hollywood Boulevard, did you walk all the way back to the Lowe's?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
In the time after the defendant and 12E ran away, where it's just you and Elle, I know you say it's a second. Was there
Thank
anything
you.
that happened between you and Ilse at that time?
No, the only thing it was said, and I put that on everything, I don't know whatever it was, but he said, you literally almost got me killed. And I looked at him and said, what? You came with him? That was the only thing that was said between me and Hills.
So there was a brief conversation.
Real brief.
Did you physically assault him?
No, never hit Hills. Never. And Hills actually has a broken jaw. Like, he cannot get hit in the face. He has like a wired jaw because Rocky's cousin broke his jaw.
Okay.
Wow.
As a stricken, not responsible.
Judge said, strike that from the record. He wasn't trying to be messy, y'all. Like, that was a relevant answer. But I understand why the judge is asking to have that struck. Because it's going to make it seem like Rocky comes from a abusive family
Did you physically?
or a violent
No.
family. That's not fair to the defendant.
That night, November
No, we
6th,
haven't seen
2021,
Riri, but she's
did you
there.
know of
The court instructed they cannot take photos of Riri. They can't take
physical
photos of
sensitivities that
the
Hills
people in the
had?
audience, including her. So we won't see it
Yeah, did you know
on
that
TV.
Hills had suffered an injury before November 6, 2021?
Did I know that his
Hold on.
Keep the questions coming on the next break. I'm going to make sure that I
did I
answer
know he
them.
had like a
So I'm starring your
broken
questions
jaw?
Yes.
as they come.
Yes.
Okay. To go back briefly to the survey was video. Let's stay with this same file, Your Honor.
15 on 15?
Yeah, but the file label combined surveillance video. Take you briefly.
For sure. You definitely can hear that.
Oops, I'm sorry. I have the video paused at 2 minutes and 47 seconds. If you could watch it, I'll play it. I'm gonna play a couple seconds and then I'll go back and ask you a question, okay?
This happened in 2021. After he started dating Rihanna, so he really should have known better.
All right, I'm pausing it at 2:54.
That's a good angle.
So let's go back to 2:47. I'll pause it here at 2:48. Do you see the individuals at the sort of towards the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there?
Yes, I do.
You see the person who's walking in front appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt, and the person behind has a red jacket on.
Yes.
Do you recognize who the person in the black sweatshirt is?
Shut up,
Yeah, it's Rocky.
girl.
And who's the person in the red jacket?
Jamel.
So he's
Okay,
breaking
when
down
you
a
say
different angle.
Janelle, that's the person you also refer to as 12, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
12E. Yesterday, he said on the stand that he knew if he got in a fight with A$AP Rocky, his career would be over. He didn't state this, but it is a fact that he gets in the fight with A$AP, and now he's suing A$AP for millions of dollars in civil court, claiming that he was
Last
grazed by a
person I want
bullet.
to show you on this video, have it paused at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. So there's only one person depicted in the video here, kind of in the middle of the screen.
Yes.
Do you recognize who that person is?
Yes, Elijah.
And same person you also referring to as Bills.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned that in your testimony just before that you have watched the surveillance video as part of this case, correct?
That's correct.
At least some of it. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you know when you first reviewed any surveillance video in this case?
I believe the DA called me to identify in a video if that was Rocky and like the first shooting. But I think that was it.
Okay. Did you meet with police officers before you met with any deputy DAs associated with this case?
What do you mean?
Yeah, did you meet with police officers or police detectives before you talked to any prosecutors?
No.
The first person you talked to in this case was a prosecutor?
Oh, no, I talked to the police. Yeah, the police.
All right. When,
He's not
when
paying
was the first
attention
time you
to the
talked
question.
police? You don't have to give us a date, but you can say it was.
When I obtained a lawyer and walked into the Los Angeles Police Department.
How close in time is that to the shooting?
Well, I hit up a lawyer the same night, but it was late, so he advised me I forgot what it was he advised me of at that time. But then I ended up going back and getting the actual bullets myself
Okay, hold on.
and taking pictures of the cameras.
Okay, okay.
I guess
Y'all.
my question is, are
Listen.
you talking about you went to the police within minutes, hours, days, weeks, months? Can you give us just a time period?
No, so I had to wait for the lawyer, and then I sent them everything that I like, the text messages, everything.
You're not answering my question. Oh. Give us just a time period. Don't tell me what you did. Just say it was within hours, minutes, days, months. How soon after this?
Did I go to the police station?
Yes.
The next day.
The next day. But he called a lawyer first, y'all. He calls a
This-
lawyer
This
before he goes.
incident happened late at night on November 6th, correct?
I would have to see.
Well, it was dark out.
Yeah, I know it was late, but I don't, like I said, it was 3 years ago. I don't remember the dates. I don't remember the streets at this point. I just
He
remember
finished the
what
point that it was night.
That's fair. But when you say the next day, is it possible that instead of being on the 7th, it was on the 8th that you went to the police department?
2 days later.
happened. Yeah, so pretty much I was just waiting for the lawyer to respond back. So I had my business partner.
State, it's not responsible.
The prosecutor's pissed.
There are committed grounds for leaving, it's not responsible. We have the defense state grounds. and send it.
He's saying he called a lawyer before he called
Just-
the cops. That's
I was asking the future.
insane.
Did you say no?
If you shot me, I'm calling the cops. What do I need a lawyer for? I don't need a lawyer.
Just ask in the future that he.
You have to pay lawyers.
Just say objection and the legal basis.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first time you reported this to the police, you say was within a day, either November 7th or November 8th of the shooting, correct?
Yeah, so pretty much I just wanted to wait for my lawyer.
That's just a yes or no, please.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, when you reported this to the
Ever.
police, how did you do that? Did you call 911? Did you call the station? Did you go to the station?
No, we just walked in.
Oh, do you remember which police station you walked into?
I forget what it is. Hollywood or like, I know it was, Hollywood police station or town. I don't really remember.
And was there a police officer at the front desk that you talked to?
Yes.
And did you tell that police officer essentially what had happened during this incident?
I did.
After you talked to that police officer, did you talk to another police officer from that same station after him?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ultimately, did you meet
I
with
talked with so many people, like the lawyers, like with everything. It was just, I don't remember.
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to unpack here now.
Okay.
So you talked to a police officer at the station. Did you then talk to a detective?
I think a detective came out because once I handed him the bullets, I think that's, and he seen the lawyer I was with, I think that's when he took it serious and like had somebody come out. I think I remember clearly.
Did you later talk to another set of detectives after that first detective that you talked to?
Man, they called me so many times, I don't even remember.
Is it fair to say you talked to a number of people about this incident from the police department?
Yes.
Okay. Did all of those conversations that you're talking about so far occur before you watched the surveillance video in this case?
It happened before I watched it.
So had you seen the surveillance video when you walked into the Hollywood police station to talk to the officer at the desk?
No, I didn't see no video.
When the
Sorry.
detective from the Hollywood station called you, had you seen the video at that point?
I think they called me into LA. I forgot when to identify. I think it was like seriously like 8 months later or 7 months. I don't remember. It was a long time.
So was it police officers that showed you the video for the first time?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. But had you already told what had happened before watching the video?
Yeah, yes.
They're trying to establish that what he told them without
As
ever
you sit
seeing the
here right now,
video.
do you remember the date that you
Consistent
first saw
with
the
the
video?
No.
And the video that you watched first, do you remember what was in the video that you watched?
It was the one of Rocky coming up to me and brandishing the gun, like where we had like the first initial, like when we see each other.
Outside of the parking garage?
From the up front of the parking garage, across from the W.
Okay.
And I think they showed me the other one too of the parking lot. That was so long ago. I was just happy that they had the footage of the gun at the time. I was just like, I think that's fine.
So when you say the other one, are you talking about the sort of blurry distance one that we just went over?
Yeah. Yes.
Did they, if you remember, did you see any other videos?
He went back to the scene and picked up the bullets himself. He's
I don't think
alleged.
so. They didn't show me a lot.
Did they show you the video that I played at the end there of the defendant and 12E walking up the street?
No, they didn't show me none of that.
Okay.
I think they only showed me 2 videos, which was Rocky with the gun and then the actual like shooting taking place and everything else they didn't show me. I found out during preliminary hearing,
So,
I believe.
yeah, and I don't want to jump yet to the preliminary hearing, but the first time you watched the video, did you see any video that had audio on it or attached to it?
Only one, but that was the shooting, but you couldn't see anything.
When the police showed you the video, did they play the one for you that has audio?
Oh no.
Okay. You said the first time you saw that one was at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Yeah, correct.
It's because it's aggravated assault with a semi-automatic weapon.
After this incident, so after November 6th,
Aggravated assault
when
with a
was the
semi-automatic.
next
2
time
counts, so
that
probably 12 years
you
for
saw,
each. 12 years
Elijah?
stacked on top.
After the incident,
Yes,
I haven't seen Elijah since
in person.
in person.
Now, if there's an allegation that Elijah suffered an injury because of this, was there anything that you saw that that you could speak to what Elijah looked like after this incident?
You said it again?
Yes, it's, if there's an allegation that Ills suffered an injury because of this incident, did you have any opportunity to see Ills' face after this incident?
I did because one of them posted a video and I took a snapshot of them all eating. They went out to eat the next day after the shoot.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And where did you see that video?
It was on, I forget whose story mode, but it was one of them, but it was like burritos. He even had his girlfriend there and a bunch of people eating, and he was toasting. And I just figured I'd take a snapshot.
And could you see Ills in that video?
Oh yeah, you can.
And you took a photograph of that?
I did.
He went back to the scene an hour after. So same day, he went back to get the bullet, but did not go to the police until 2 days later, after his lawyer told him to. And his lawyer's a civil lawyer, not criminal. Criminal court is always the state's decision, correct? You're right, Your Honor. Rock couldn't settle. The amount he wanted, he's asking for $30 million. The amount he's requested was more than, I guess, Rocky could afford to settle. He's being represented by Camille, Johnny Depp's lawyer. I guarantee she wouldn't take a dime under about $3 to $10 million.
Do you see that? Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And is this the screenshot that you're talking about that you took?
it is.
And the video you watched was on November 8th, correct?
I don't really know how to see, but yes.
Okay.
I talked about this yesterday.
You can see it.
Are you saying you don't remember the specific date, but you know it was within a day or?
Oh, I knew it was the next day.
The next day?
Yeah.
And you see Ills in this still photograph?
Yeah, it was right to the, I believe.
There is none. They have videos showing him coming back, but I don't think you can see him picking anything up. I agree.
Okay, so I would say it's the only
They show him
thing
coming
you can see
back.
on the far left of the
Let's see if they talk about that
to the
in direct testimony today.
stand next to the person in the red jacket you're seeing. Who's the person in the red jacket?
That's right.
Okay. And when you the video you actually saw of this, it was longer than just this one photograph, right?
Yeah, they was toasting.
And in the video, could you see more of Ills'
Right.
face?
Zara.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Did you see any injury on Ills' face in that video?
No.
He's trying to establish that the injuries to his knuckles did not come from him punching Ralph.
And I know we kind of jumped around a little. So I want
Or
to go
whoever the
back
guy
to the day of the shooting. After the two shots that we heard, the defendant and 12E ran away. You said you and Ills separated, correct?
Yeah.
And you walked the same path that you had taken up the street past the W down Hollywood, correct?
Yeah, back to the Lowe's.
Okay. What at that point was your reaction to what had just happened? How were you feeling?
Shit. I felt betrayed. I felt hurt. I felt like that's why I was texting. I wanted to see where he was at with this situation. I felt like he was just denying it, like just acting like the shit didn't happen. So it was hard for me to like even trust him or anybody around him at that point. So I started calling like lawyers to have my business partner.
Let me stop you. When you say he and him, are you talking about the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you, well, I think you already said, you went back to the Lowe's, correct?
Yeah, I went back to Lowe's to get my girlfriend for 1 second.
Okay,
Like, I thought I walked there. I walked to Lowe's, and then I ended up getting my girlfriend.
and
I went back
after,
and got the bullets.
so after you met up with your girlfriend, where did you go?
We drove back to the same spot. So that was within like an hour or 45 minutes. You could timestamp it and see how long it took me to get back there.
He's trying to answer what he wants to answer.
Because I knew exactly where I got shot at.
Okay, let me stop you. So you and your girlfriend are together, you're driving, you said we went back there. Where do you mean when you say there?
To the incident.
Where the shooting happened or where at the parking garage?
The shooting.
Okay, that street corner?
Yes.
And I believe in your answer, you said that, and this is your approximation, that it was about 45 minutes to an hour after the shooting that you went back?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the exact time?
Probably, I've seen it recently on my phone, but it had to be like 10:40 something, or maybe like 11:40 something. So that it
Not
was like an
believable.
hour from the time that the incident happened.
Doesn't make
That
no
I took
sense.
a picture of. I took a picture of the bullet. So I remember. I think you have to show me the time or something. That's how I remember. But first I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts to get a pen and a brown paper bag, and then I went over there in hopes to find whatever I could find, whether it was cameras, anything. You know what I mean? Because I took pictures of cameras and everything, and then so happens I find the bullets. So I take a picture of them before I scoop it up with a pen and then put it in the brown bag.
Brazil, we're gonna take a break now. You ready?
Yeah, we need a break. We need a break, and I'm about to break this down.
Recess for 15 minutes. So if you could all please be outside the courtroom doors at 11:30, as close to that time as possible. Just as a reminder, we're gonna go to
Y'all. I should be looking over here. Y'all. Okay, let me summarize what we've heard so far today. And I am going to also answer some of the unanswered questions that I've seen here in the chat. Y'all, what do you guys think? I dropped my mouth this last time when my mouth fell open. It was when so ASAP Rally, the victim, is currently on the stand. And he is very poorly prepared for trial, for prep. And here's the thing. There's a huge difference between coaching a client to lie or a victim to lie and literally preparing them for the process. Number one of the worst things that he's doing, he's not listening to answer the question. It's like his mind is trying to figure out where is the lawyer trying to get to, and then he's trying to answer a question that would be favorable in that regard. Don't do that. We know what we're doing. We create calculated narratives and we build up getting to a point. So when you try to get to the finale and answer a question that you feel like is good for the finale, you're not helping. You actually look like you're lying. So the thing that made my mouth fly open the last time is the question was regarding what time approximately did he return to the scene of the crime of the alleged crime when he came back. He gonna say, well, I went and I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts first. And I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts and I got me a bag and I got me a pen. And I was like, a bag and a pen. So it sounds like he was anticipating collecting evidence and wanted those items. That's weird. First of all, I didn't even know, but you're supposed to put evidence into paper bags. And then he got the pen so that he didn't have to touch the bullet if he were to find it. First of all, what the heck makes you think you'll be able to actually find the bullet? No, in my mind, I wouldn't even think that I'd be able to go back over there. Oh, let me see if I can go find the bullet. But you know what it does sound like? It sounds like something a lawyer told you to go do in order for them to take your case. He also said he went back to go try to look for cameras. So it sounds like what he did is after the fight, he goes back to his room and he immediately calls for a civil lawyer. Not a criminal lawyer, a civil lawyer.
Civil lawyers only do what? Help somebody get paid. So this is really, it sounds like it's really supporting and building into ASAP Rocky's theme of this is a shakedown. This is a shakedown. So effectively, he says he went back to the room right after the incident, calls a lawyer. Now, later, pursuant to the defense's opening statement, the defense in the opening statement said that it was the lawyer that told him, I won't take your case unless you file a police report. Therefore, that's why he filed the police report 2 days later. Allegedly, that's what will be uncovered according to the defense. But what I'm seeing right now, the whole stop, get a brown bag, don't touch the bullet if you find it, go back and see what evidence you can find around there. That is exactly what I would tell a client who's called me and said, ASAP Rocky just shot me or shot at me. It grazed my knuckles. Will you take my case? I'm going to say, bring me your evidence and I'll think about it. So that's what had me shocked. The other thing that was a shocker is yesterday in the pretrial, they asked the defendants if they would be submitting the gun, if the gun would be a part of the case. Defense attorney said, nope. Y'all, that makes me think they might be lying. They might be lying. Because if I really used a prop gun and I had it, you better believe that's the first thing that I would have turned over. But see, the prop gun defense was not even revealed until the eve of trial. Therefore, it's not like the prosecutor was aware of it. The prosecutor was unable to subpoena it. It is too late to do that now. They could have earlier. But apparently he's saying, nope, they're not submitting it into evidence. So that's what makes me think ASAP's probably, it sounds like we got a lot of lies. I want to hear what you think in the chat. Absolutely been there. Wouldn't he have a cell phone to call the police? He absolutely, he's staying at the Lowe's. He could have called from the hotel room phone. Instead, 2 days later, he walks into the police station with the alleged bullets that he found in his little Dunkin' Donuts bag. Said, here you guys go. Charge him. That sounds, yes, Michi, you said it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sexy Brown Eyes thinks he planted them so-called bullets. They could have come from anywhere and at any other times. Note, the bullets have no fingerprints or DNA from ASAP Rocky or anyone else. I guess he's going to say he used the pen to swipe it in there, and that's why his DNA is not on it. But there's none of ASAP's DNA on it. Monique says, sounds like a shakedown. Zara, money grab. Black Gold said, his lawyer said, if you trying to eat, we need to build a case. Mind you, his lawyer is Camille, Johnny Depp's lawyer who helped him win big in the defamation suit. Blah, blah, blah. Somebody said he's very weird. He was casing the joint. Tasha said, I'm still not over 3 skips yesterday. Y'all, they were trying to ask him how far away was one item from another. And he's like, I think like 3 skips. And the judge was like, how much is a skip? Well, I've never seen anybody counting skips because everybody, first of all, who goes around skipping? Really, when was the last time you was running around skipping? And second of all, people don't skip the same when they do. It's very different skips. Yes. Okay, True Hebrew, thank you for the compliment. ASAP Rocky prints were not on the bullets. Correct. Yep. All right, let me get to some of these questions that were started. You guys are killing it with the great questions. Nicole asked, hey, I know we're waiting. Can I cover the MSCS superintendent firing? Let me know what MSCS stands for in the board scandal. I know you will find facts of what's really going on. I don't know about that one, but I know Tiffany Henyard in the fight that broke out that she also allegedly jumped into last night at her council meeting. I'm looking into that too because child, what? All right. So your question on whether neural nail, you asked whether I think he's doing a good job on the stand, and my thought is no. Here's the thing. His testimony doesn't sound believable because it doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm following him all the way up to going all the way up to the fight. My issue is the fact that you call a lawyer before you call the cops. You do not call the cops the same day. You don't even go to the hospital the same day or the next day or the next day. You don't go to a doctor until after the lawyer that you hired sends you to one. That doesn't sit well with me. That makes me feel like he's not a great witness right now. Plus, he continues to answer the questions he wants to answer, not the question that is being asked. So, for example, the prosecutor was asking him about when did he call the police. He kept talking about when he called his lawyer. Now, we now know he called the lawyer first before the police. But it was kind of infuriating the prosecutor because the prosecutor knows what a jury will think is that if we find out you call a civil attorney and now you're calling a civil attorney first and now you have a pending, I think it's a $30 million lawsuit, that's not going to bode well. What does bode well is when you notified the police, and he was taking forever to get to that part. You asked, is this his victim plan or has he gone after Rocky in civil court? Yes, he's going after him in civil court, as I just mentioned. Oh, great question, Poopsie. Where is Relly getting the money from to pay a lawyer? It's a civil injury case, so he doesn't have to. That attorney would take the case on contingency basis, meaning when that lawyer wins for you, that lawyer is going to get 30 to 40% of whatever they win for you. So that's how come he doesn't have to worry about money for that kind of a lawyer. Been there, said, them knuckles look like a fight on the ground. True Hebrew added, she said, if he took the picture on his phone, it will have the date and the time. You're right. There's metadata in there. It will have that. Pro woman says, criminal conviction, maybe not. Civil, yep. He's getting a coin. He'll probably settle. So the issue there is it all depends on the reasonableness of the amount. So for example, if he was willing to take 300K, I'm pretty sure Rocky and Rihanna would have given him 300, maybe even 500, maybe even $1 million. But now that I know Miss Camille is on the team, Johnny Depp's lawyer, and how good she is, I firmly believe that the amount they're asking for, so it gets to the point when you're dealing with a civil case where there's a certain dollar amount that if someone's asking for it, the defendant is just like, freak it, we'll go to trial. Because it's cheaper to pay lawyers to defend you than to go to trial on those facts. Plus, honestly, a civil case on those facts, the fact that that he didn't call the police and all those other things, I think a jury in a civil trial would see through it even faster and would see it as a shakedown. Also, civil, people forget, this case isn't about no emotional distress. If he goes to civil, it would be about some type of serious injury to his hand, which he doesn't have. We see him on the stand. He's dead. He's like a darn mime, moving those arms, moving those hands. Those hands, both of them, look perfectly fine. Now, so with a civil case, the majority of your money is going to be if you have some type of physical disability. And then as it relates to the emotional, well, he could try to build up the claim that he's now been blackballed from the industry. But I think the difficulty would be nobody knew about him before. So to say, oh, I can't work now, you have to be able to show tax returns of how much money you were making in the past. So if you were making money, but you weren't paying taxes on it, it wasn't legal money, or you weren't doing it in a legal way, then no, you can't then file a civil lawsuit and be like, oh, loss of income. I used to be in this rap group. I used to make money from that, but you ain't never filed no taxes. No, boo-boo, can't do it. So I think they're definitely going to continue pursuing the civil case. I'm just not so sure how much money they're going to win. If ASAP wins this case, the civil lawyer may actually drop it. More than likely. Let's see. Oh, I did not know this. Oh, wait. True Hebrew said, but a prop gun doesn't shoot bullets, right? Yeah, you're right. It's not bullets. They can have something else come out. It's like a blank or something like that that makes noise and or can make a sound. And Ben there said the new prop guns do have the sound of live gunshots and fire like a real gun. Because you know what? I think I might like that. Oh, I don't know. I guess it depends on the situation. If it's a situation where you are the aggressor, as is allegedly here, that could be just fine because your goal is to ward off someone. Specifically, we do see ASAP confronting the other guy in one video, but then there's another section where apparently Relly is fighting with one of the other guys, and ASAP pulls the pow pow to try to stop the fight because sometimes you hear gunshots and you get to running. So that's good to know that you could have that. I think the only time it would be helpful is if it was a time when you are the aggressor, because I would hate to pull that out and it be fake and the other person be like, oh, you pull one on me, I'm gonna pull one on you, and mine actually has real bullets. Then you really be screwed. Elite Leo shared, they said that Rihanna entered through the underground parking structure. Okay, good to know. To avoid media and was already seated in the courtroom before the media was allowed in. Okay. Oop. Faith says she wonders what the white jurors are thinking of all this. Yeah, there's no Black people on the jury. And only 7 Black people were even called to jury service for this case, 7 out of 100. Been there. If he knew he would lose money, why would he fight? Well, it looks like the aggression came from ASAP. Remember, the backstory is that Relly went to social media and was publicly dissing ASAP for not helping with the funeral of one of their mutual ASAP buddies. That's what Relly believed. Relly believed and was saying, basically ASAP has gotten popular. He's gone out, he's got all this money, and he's forgotten about us. And he doesn't help and he doesn't look back. When in reality, that wasn't true. ASAP did pay for that mutual friend's funeral. So the confrontation initially started with ASAP confronting Relly, basically like, what's up? He said something like, what's up, little B, to him, and was confronting him about talking mess, basically. Oh, yeah, Sexy Brown said, oh my God, does he have on the same clothes? Yo, we were thinking about that this morning. It looks the exact same. He apparently has on the same zip-up jacket. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he probably changed his undershirt. But if he's got that same zip-up jacket, that says to me he doesn't own a suit. Goodness, he is downtrodden. I'm sure that zip-up is like $1,000 zip-up, but still. Monique said, if I got shot, I would never forget any detail. Agreed. Did he go to the hospital for his wounds? So allegedly he did not see a doctor until after his lawyer instructed him to do so. And it's my understanding that was sometime after he went to the cops 2 days later. Great question. Why even follow ASAP Rocky? Because after the fight, he follows him down the street. Why follow him? Go to the police and make a report. That would have made the most sense to me. How truthful can he be that he called a lawyer before the police? He only did that at the direction of the lawyer. Yeah, because I would definitely, if a potential client came to me with this, I would say, hey, I can't take your case if you're not going to make a police report, because that's the only way a jury will know that these allegations were sworn to under penalty of perjury and that the cops looked into it. Sexy said, did they make him take a drug test? He can't seem to remember much. Neuronal said, so he had time to pick up the bullets for the crime scene, or did he go back to the scene? How did he get the bullets if the police were never called? The police were called to the scene. They came immediately because people in the neighborhood called when they heard the gunshots. The police immediately came to the scene, searched the area, found no bullet casings. That's how come ASAP's defense is he planted those there. He put them there himself, or that basically all of this entire case wins or loses on the testimony of one man and the evidence collected by one man, not even the cops. So yeah, that's what defense is leaning into. He seems truthful. He seems truthful to me. I'm shot at by a millionaire. I'm going for a bag too. Rock should have just settled to avoid court. Yeah. It sounds like there wasn't a reasonable dollar amount on the table at whatever time this all had to be decided. Been there, said, is there something? Oh, okay, we got Simone. Wouldn't the weapon be necessary to prove if the bullets came from it? Yes, it is. I don't understand the defense not putting this into evidence unless it's an actual weapon. Marie, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I think. If it were not a prop gun, I feel like if it were a prop gun, I feel like they would have presented it a long time ago. It would be my star piece of evidence, blah, blah, blah. But you can prove that bullets did not come from something they don't have it. It's the state's burden to prove where the bullets came from. So there was a big issue last week because there was a last minute report that came out that basically it just came out and said these bullets could belong to a variety of different kinds of guns. And a magazine of one of those types of guns was located in ASAP's house. So that's how the state is trying to use that to say the real gun is the one that has this magazine here, and they're hiding the gun because they don't want it to be connected to this case and these injuries. Neural Nile said, I actually need the surveillance video that shows him picking up the bullets to prove that. That should have been presented by the prosecution. So I agree. So what the defense alluded to in its closing statement is that we're going to see him come back on video to come and try and find those bullets, but that he tells the police that he came back, him and his girlfriend. On the video that the defense is going to submit, he's on that video, but there ain't no girlfriend on there. In other words, he doesn't have anybody to corroborate the evidence he allegedly collected his darn self. He would be the sole collaborator, person to corroborate it rather. But also, it's important to note, if he lied and said, oh, my girlfriend came with me to go look for them, and she really did not, and we don't see her on that camera, that absolutely is going to ruin his credibility with the jury. Maybe not completely, but substantially. Linda said, in a regular fight, your fingers would swell if a gun grazed you. There would be burn residue, which should have been photographed by the police. Yeah, there's none of that. But so what happened was the police came back. No one was there. So the police didn't even know who the shooting involved or any of that. They weren't able to start piecing that together until 2 days later when Relly finally came to the police. Yep. I say money grab. He planted the so-called bullets. They planted the bullets that could have come from anywhere. Lawyer probably said, any injuries? Bro said, my knuckles are red. Yeah, why wouldn't they present the prop in court? If I'm the jury, I would definitely be questioning that. Same here. How is it an option to not provide evidence such a pow? So if it's no longer in your possession, then that can be the case, but you have to say that. You have to say, I had it, but I lost it. So it sounds like the current implication is that they did have it, they used to have it, and that it's lost. These people need to hurry back up from this break. But also remember, the prosecution does have the burden of proof. But as far as evidence to not provide the gun, the other thing is, there's a subpoena. So what they do is they'll subpoena you can subpoena things inclusive, or you get a warrant to see certain things. So yeah, I want to hear more about that. Like, how did this gun slip through those cracks? Hit that like button, guys. Oh, wow. His counsel did not submit the gun. That is fishy. As well as Sexy Brown Eyes 50 says, why isn't there DNA on the bullet, the cartridges from loading the gun? This is a mess. No, exactly. There is no DNA and no fingerprints at all, including none from Rocky. And they said, where is Camille? She is his civil lawyer, though. She's sitting back trying to see if they get a jury verdict. If they get a conviction, then that's going to help the civil case. She'll basically be able to turn to the conviction and maybe be able to get summary judgment as far as liability. Oh yeah, yesterday was hilarious. The skipping when the man Relly, who's currently on the stand, he was counting in skips. Yeah, that was pretty hilarious. And he was like, can I get up and show you? It was like he wanted to skip through the court to show how far away a skip was. No, thank you. Did the defense end up finding their own ballistics expert? I'm not sure about that to do a matching thing. Because the problem is they don't have a gun to match it to. So I don't even see what the purpose of that would have been. How could those bullets be submersible? We don't know where he got them bullets from. Submissible. Yeah. We don't know where he got them bullets from. Sure don't. Them bullets could have been left over from a crackhead fight from hours and days before. Why won't Rocky testify? Where is the prop gun? This case is weird. Oh, no. Generally, us attorneys, we say, no, don't do it. Another reason he shouldn't testify is it opens the door to his other offenses. So if someone has been convicted of a felony, and if it's a felony of moral turpitude, then that could be admitted. Now here, Rocky was arrested twice. He spent a month in a Swedish prison for getting into a fight over there. And then there was some other thing that he had, but I think it was an assault. Oddly enough, assaults are not considered crimes of moral turpitude. However, things like scamming and theft are. So basically, you can knock somebody upside their head unless it's a felony. You can misdemeanor hit somebody and it won't be admissible. Nisha Gordon says, when witnesses don't answer questions and want to just tell their version, it takes 3 times as long to get through the testimony. Ain't that the truth? Black Gold said, these knuckles are not worth $30 million. Ain't that the truth? She says, did I hear right that Relly went back to the scene on the same day and supposedly found the bullets? Yep, that's correct. We wonder.
Back to the record, all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Efron is on the stand, and Mr. Kazorman.
Thank you. Right before we broke, you were talking about how you went back to the street corner where this incident happened. You had your girlfriend with you, and you personally went back to look for evidence at the crime scene. You follow me so far?
Yes.
And you said that while you were at the corner, you found some fired cartridge cases or evidence that was at the street, correct?
That's correct.
And when I asked you if you remembered specifically what time you went back to the location where this happened, you referenced that you took photographs and there was a timestamp in your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask to mark my next exhibit. I'm going to actually staple the 2 pages together, Your Honor, so if we can do 19A and 19B.
Eighteen is what? Oh, the shot of the restaurant? All right, 1980.
Mr. Efron, let me actually approach. 19A has some small photographs on it. I'm going to hand the document to you, I'll put it up there, but take a look at that and tell tell me specifically if you recognize the 4 photographs that you see small pictures of on this exhibit.
Yes.
And what are those?
The pictures I took, showcasing the movie.
And were those pictures that you took at the scene when you went back?
Yes, it is.
Do you see in the column right next to that, under the line where it says created, there's a date of 11/6/21, and then on the topmost one it says 11:45 and 24 seconds PM, correct?
Correct.
Does that match the time that you went back to the location where this incident happened?
Yeah, within an hour.
And would that be the time that you specifically took the photograph?
Yes.
Same time you were referring to in your phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm gonna display this now so everyone knows what we're talking about. Did you take multiple photographs while you were at that location?
I did.
And Your Honor, I'm gonna just display the page in its entirety first, and then zoom in on the topmost row. The photograph to the far right here, is that one of the photographs you took of the cartridge cases?
It is.
And then the date and time created is in the next column over, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then going down the road, the second photograph would have been created November 6/21 at 11:45:49, so just a few seconds after the first one.
That's correct.
The third one at 11:47:56, correct?
Yes.
And the fourth one on this page, 11:48:01, correct?
Yes.
Now, and I can show them, approach me, we can show them to you closer, but would you agree that the first 2 photographs appear to be of the same cartridge case?
It is.
So even though there's 2 photographs, those photographs are taking pictures of the same individual thing?
Exactly.
Okay. And then the bottom 2 photographs, is that, are you taking a photograph of a second cartridge case?
I am.
Okay, so even though there's 4 photographs, these are only of 2 cartridge cases at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And were these photographs that you took before you picked up those items?
Yes.
So these would have been in place at the time?
They were in place, never touched.
Okay. I'm gonna put up people's 19B. Do you recognize that, Mr. Efron?
I do.
And is that one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
In total, while you were at that scene after you went back, how many cartridge cases did you find and collect?
2.
Did you find any more than 2 that you did not collect?
No.
Trying to pull up the computer, but for some reason it's not recognizing something plugged in. There we go. Your Honor, I have a display from the same exhibit, Controls 15, the thumb drive. On the actual drive itself, there's a folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. And contained within that are two files. The bottom file starts with magic-qx and ends in the number 2000. That's the file that I have pulled up on screen here. And Mr. Efron, can you see that?
Yeah.
This would be the same camera that we've seen before, correct, of that location?
Yes.
And it's very small here, but in the bottom I have it paused at 230957. I'm going to play it forward a little, and I'm going to ask you a few questions. I can see any of these controls. I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on that same street corner that we were discussing before. Can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb now into the street?
Yeah, that's me. Keep your voice up. Yeah, that's me.
Are you sure that that's you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
How is it that you are sure?
Because we can go back to when I took the stamps and see it, like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
This one we need to see.
Yes. I paused it again.
So this is him claiming he's returned to the scene
31.
to look for the bullet shells.
11:10:31. 11:10:31. And you said you were there 11:45, correct, Mr. Efron?
Yeah.
So this would be half an hour before you said you got there, correct? Half an hour before. If this is 11:10 and you said you got there at 11:45.
Hold on.
Yes.
Leading the witness.
Wait, you say what now? Say that again?
Yeah, that video shows that person there at 11:10 p.m. and you're saying you returned at 11:45. That was what you said when you said refer to the timestamp on the picture, correct?
What time did the incident happen again?
The incident happened at 10:17 p.m.
10:17.
Hit that like button, guys.
What time is this?
Encroaching. It might be easier for you to say than me, but it's saying 11:10 p.m.
Yeah, so that's correct.
Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I mean, can you make out the person that you see in that video?
Objection, Judge.
He's already answered. No speaking objections. No speaking objections. Asked and answered.
Your Honor,
Yes?
I would just ask, I would just ask that counsel, the court has ordered that counsel stay ground. When he simply says objection,
I know what he's gonna say. All right, I'll wait till he states the legal grounds. I'll wait till you state the legal
please,
grounds.
thank you, Your Honor.
But I know what the legal grounds are, but as soon as he says objection.
Ask and answer.
Ask the, he already said that.
Your Honor, I believe we're allowed to clarify.
Mr. Lord? No.
Elite, I agree with you. Leo.
Would you agree that the person in that video, what color clothing items do you see that person wearing in the video?
Like again, a white shirt, I think like black pants,
Okay.
or sweater.
And you previously said you were wearing a dark colored top, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes?
Yes.
But you're saying the person in this video is wearing a light colored top, correct?
All I know, went back and found the bullets. I don't know who that is or what time, or I know I came back within an hour. I'm confused on what this is right here.
Okay.
We don't know.
When you went back to your hotel, did you change your clothing?
I don't really remember. It was so long ago, but probably, I don't know.
You also said when you went back to the scene, you were with your girlfriend, correct?
Yeah.
Did you see the second person in the video here?
We just got back from a 10-minute break. It started at around 12:30 Central.
No, but you gotta keep playing it.
Continue to play. Alright, they're asking me to wait because it's in the computers.
What's going on right now is they're trying to have the witness explain the video that shows him returning to the scene around 11 something at night. This is when he allegedly came back to look for the gun casings and found them. I want to see something in the video that shows him coming back, but actually dropping to the ground and picking something up twice. There's two of them, or at least once, I guess. Maybe both were near each other. That's what I want to see. I don't see a person in the video either. He seems to see himself, but I don't see anybody.
Mr. Efron, did you have an opportunity to watch this video? And sorry, I can take that. It's distracting, the timestamp with the photographs. Did you have a chance to watch this video when you testified at the preliminary hearing?
I'm sorry, Leslie. Yeah, it started at 12 Central. This is State versus Rocky, and the state's main witness is Relly.
Did you say that's
Grounds.
Yes, nice finish.
What's the objection?
This regarding impeaching, which is not.
There's nothing wrong with impeaching, parties of witness.
Can we strike the word impeachment? That's not a legal objection, and he's now describing what we're doing, which is incorrect.
An attorney is entitled to contradict.
Agreed, Leslie.
Did you previously testify at the hearing? That's not me.
What are you going to read?
The preliminary hearing transcript.
What page?
127. Right now, I'm at line 13.
Hold on. I don't have a transcript. Everything goes.
Oh yeah, he found the bullets at 11 something at night. Came back at 11 at night. Not to the police, but to go find bullets. Miss Biddy.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna.
Yes, please do that, Leslie. Thank you.
I'm gonna play the video forward and then I'll come back to the line of question. We'll get a transcript. Okay, Mr. Efron, it's, sorry, my eyes are not that good. I cannot see the time. It's so small. So it's stopped right now at 23:10:31. So it'll be 11:10:31. I'm gonna play it forward.
The minute I saw the casings, I would have just called the cops. Why didn't he call the and be like, hey, here are casings from my incident. Come get them. The minute I saw those casings. Because maybe he thought, like, I could see someone thinking, like, oh, if I tell the police, they're not going to believe me. It's going to be my word against Rocky's. Okay, well, the minute you went to the scene and you seen the casings, that's when you should have called the police at a minimum.
Hold on, there's no question, no question.
Yeah, I beat the shit. It's pretty boring. Like I want to cover this guy's testimony. Now, if Rocky takes a stand, I'll cover his too. But I don't think there's going to be any other interesting witnesses. So I'll summarize it like at the end of the days. But yeah. True Hebrew said, I can't find my keys at 11:40 in the daytime, and this guy found bullets at night. It's not believable.
Stop it there. Stop it. Let me just read off the time. And we'll replay. So it's now at 23:11:39. So 11:11:39. Did you have an opportunity to watch that person that was depicted on the video during that period of time the video was played?
Yes.
And did you see any other people with that individual?
No.
I'd like to go into the transcript counter, but
Can you bring me the page?
Yes.
We'll just take a look at it before you. 120, page 127, line 13.
Line 13. And it's going to go into 128.
All right, so just take a look. Over to where? Where's the house?
Yeah, these two lines.
I don't think we're going to hear from Nisha because I think he lied on her. If we do, the defense will call her. Because at one point, I believe he said that Nisha came with him to pick up the bullets.
I just don't want to speak in objection, so that's all I'm trying to.
You can, part that you wanted to be consistent with today, what Mr. Efron has testified to. You're entitled to bring out prior statements that are different than your trial statements. So
I'm not assuming they're wrong.
yes.
I want to say. Those are we.
Is there something else I need to say? No. Go ahead.
That's true, Leslie. He
So,
searches
Mr.
like a
Efron,
crackhead,
when
huh?
you testified previously, you were shown that video, correct?
Yes.
Did you say that's not me?
I believe so. It was a long time ago.
Do you want to refer to the transcript?
Yes.
But I remember.
Two.
I need to jog my memory. First time I'm seeing it. Once I look at the video, I noticed that's not me.
Okay.
I don't walk like that. I don't move like that. That look like a homeless person or something.
Did you also in fact say, I don't even walk like that?
When before?
Yes, when you.
Oh, I just had to look just now and notice again. But yeah, I don't walk like that.
Okay. My question is, when you testified previously, you said, I don't even walk like that.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you also previously testify that when you went back, quote, I probably had the same hoodie on, that looks like a gray hoodie?
Sounds familiar. How long ago did I say that?
Ciao.
Is that what you said previously?
Right.
Meaning, you said previously that you were wearing the same hoodie, correct?
From that day? What do you mean?
I mean, okay.
I don't really, it was so long ago.
You told us that when this incident happened, you were wearing this hoodie.
Right.
When you went back to your hotel and then came back to find the fired cartridge cases, you previously testified you were wearing the same hoodie, correct?
Yeah, so I said,
And answer the line.
All right, Alex was giving me the, read the question.
Question, when you went back to the hotel and then came back back to find the prior cartridge cases. You previously testified you were wearing the same hoodie, correct? Answer, yes.
And when you watched the video, you commented that the person seen in that video was wearing a gray hoodie, or what you meant was a different color hoodie from the one that you were wearing that night, correct?
Correct.
And that testimony that we're referring to, or I say you said that previously, that was on November 8th of 2023, correct? At a completely different hearing?
That was a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, those after the state rests their case, then Rocky will call his witnesses, Elijah being one of them, I believe.
Second day was November 20th.
As you sit here right now, do you have any recollection of how long it took you to find these fire cartridge cases after you went back to the scene?
Probably took me no longer than 2-3 minutes.
What?
Boy! In your view, was it a quick, short period of time?
Yes.
Because you put him there. The questioning is still the state. The female voice you heard was the court reporter reading back the transcript to make sure it was correct. He said he found the bullets in 2 to 3 minutes of returning to the scene. 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes? Yeah, because you put him there.
You
That sounds
talked
crazy.
yesterday about some of the reasons why you would not have physically attacked the defendant that day, correct?
In general.
You talked about, in general, the consequences that you feared that would come to your career in the music business.
Probably
Remember
not.
that?
Yeah.
Those were consequences that you feared would possibly happen if you got into an altercation with him. Have you, since this incident, suffered any actual consequences?
Yes.
In your career?
Oh, of course.
Can you explain that to the jury?
It also could be because you're lying.
I mean,
Either
when I
one.
was living hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, death threats. There's people living with snitch for saying something that happened. My social media, everything that I'm doing as far as social media, I don't have a presence there no more.
You said you were working in the music industry managing.
Oh yeah, and then like my artists turned on me, my producers, they all turned on me because of this decision I made. They felt like, okay, this is gonna be like, I can't back them up no more. I can't support them with what I'm doing, going to the police. They didn't want nothing to do with me no more.
When you say they turned on you, what does that mean?
Like they unfollowed me, wrote shit about me, like some of them. Other ones just like understood.
Well, I'm making that flow suggestions.
Are you still working with any of those individuals?
No, nobody.
So that would include artists or musicians that you were working with, correct?
Yes.
Would also include producers that you worked with, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You don't have any of those people that you're managing anymore, correct?
Nobody.
You said that prior to this incident, you had meetings with different executives from record labels, correct?
Yeah.
Do you still have meetings with record labels?
Literally.
No, they all unfollowed me, gave me all of them.
Do any of them contact you anymore?
No.
Leslie, we believe that the lawyer he called, he immediately called the lawyer.
Business called Shut Eye, correct?
That's correct.
We think the lawyer told him to do
Is
that.
that still a business?
No. I actually cut ties with all my artists and gave them their royalties. Like I didn't even get no back right now.
He said
Is it fair to say that your entire career in the music business is now no longer?
Ah.
In that field of overall music, fashion, just the culture, is done.
His career's done, he
And
said.
how soon after the shooting did that happen?
I mean, nobody really knew it was me until Jabari posted a picture of me. So then once that happened, it was over.
Okay.
Was that, it doesn't answer your question.
Yeah, was that picture specifically in some way relating back to this shooting?
Yes.
How so?
Because he wrote on one of my pictures, this rat ass nigga snitched on my brother, or snitched on my bro, or whatever.
And after that, your career basically.
Oh yeah.
After the shooting, you already said you contacted an attorney, correct?
I did.
Did you ultimately, through your attorney, file a civil lawsuit?
I did.
And is the defendant one of the people that you're suing in that lawsuit?
Yes, him and his lawyer.
Okay.
Oh, he's suing his lawyer too. Great question, Leslie. They asked him that, and I think he mentioned days later. Guys, who remembers when they said that the knuckle picture was taken? Sorry, who remembers when they said that knuckle picture was taken?
When you say his lawyer, who are you talking about?
Joe Tacopino?
Oh,
Is he seated at the table here today?
He is.
And why was it that his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct?
No, by that defamation lawsuit against him.
They're opening the door here.
I didn't, well, wait, can you read the question back and the answer?
oh. So he's suing Rocky's lawyer, Joe Tacopina,
Why was it that his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct? Answer, no.
and ASAP Rocky, but none of the other guys that were at the shooting are being
Question
sued.
is, why was his shooting, why was the attorney not at the shooting?
It definitely was not.
Why was it that Dash's, his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct?
Why was he?
Call for yes or no. Mr. Tacopina was not at the shooting, correct?
No.
That's right. I beat a shit. It is not snitching if the person was harmed. He's suing Rocky's lawyer because he's also claiming defamation. But again, you can't sue an attorney for defamation. Good luck with that. We have an immunity from that. Otherwise, we'd always get sued for defamation when we're simply defending our clients.
Since
Good point, Monique.
well, when you came to that preliminary hearing that we talked about before, did Mr. Tacopina ask you questions at that hearing?
He did.
Can you give us an approximate of how long that, how long he was able to ask you questions?
I don't recall. I don't remember. It's like a day, half a day. I don't really remember.
Okay. More than an hour?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And did you answer the questions that he asked you?
I did.
After that day, has Mr. Tacopina asked you to essentially you'll sit down for an interview with him?
No.
Did he ask you, or sorry, he did not ask you directly, but were you asked by the judge if you would agree to an interview with Mr. Tacopina since that day of the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, I was.
When did that happen?
Yesterday.
Oh, this is
And
cool.
what was your answer?
I declined.
Why did you decline to talk?
Because I spoke to him already.
It was good how he just laid that out. If he hadn't, the defense attorney would make it look like he wouldn't speak to the defense attorney because he's a liar. Instead, now we've established he's already spoken to the defense attorney and he has a pending defamation suit against the defense attorney, and that's why he doesn't want to speak to him again. He does, Cheryl.
20.
Do you have And first name is Justin.
That's my business partner.
Is he a close friend of yours?
He is.
Someone you've done business with?
Yes.
After this shooting, did you exchange text messages with Justin?
I did.
And did you send him any messages specifically related to the shooting?
Not really. I don't know if it would you call that relating or. Yeah, that's something.
Okay. So I'm gonna display what I previously marked as Exhibit 20. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yeah, so I said I want to get this nigga's money.
All right. When you wrote that line, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Rocky.
And
I want to
again,
get this
text
ends
was
money.
sent after the shooting.
Yes, it was after.
Now, can you see Justin's response to your text, correct?
Yeah, he's a sarcastic person, so he said he's probably trying to get you to perform that complex time.
So when you received that, you didn't receive that as a serious comment that he was making?
No, because he always makes like weird side jokes.
Okay. And what was your response to him after that?
Right.
He shot me.
And when you say he shot me, who are you referring to?
To Rocky.
Objection. He didn't say he shot. He said he shot at me.
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't read that correctly. When you said he shot at me.
That's a
who are you
huge
referring to
difference.
When you say he.
Rocky.
At me and shot me are totally different.
Approximate date and time when that text was
We're saying
sent. Is there a way to?
Totally
There
different.
is. Just 1 second. Do you remember the date and time?
It had to be the 7th.
I don't have it briefly. I can definitely pull it up on my computer. Okay, we'll find the date, time, and then we'll enter the stipulation. That works good. Sure. I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 21. It is a 10-page document. Text messages, yes. Before I display, I'm going to approach and ask him to review himself. Now, there's some information redacted on here, Mr. Efron, but do you recognize who the text messages in this thread are between? Okay. And
I didn't hear.
Me and Rocky.
the date that these text messages start, would you agree it's November 6, 21 at about 9:34?
That's right after this incident, y'all.
And if you need to refer to context, let me know.
So he texts Rocky right after Rocky allegedly shot at him. Not shot him, at him, according to his
Which
words.
one is you and which one is
I'm green. He's blue.
so the defendant's blue and you're green?
Is that yes?
Yes.
And that first message, November 6/21 at 9:34 p.m., that would be before the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
Now, we go all the way to the last page, page 10,
Thanks, Nisha.
and show you the very last message on this thread is marked at November 7/21 at 12:46 a.m. Would you agree that is after the shooting?
That's correct.
Okay.
That lawyer really did try it. He would have continued to say he shot me if Rocky's lawyer had not checked him on that.
Now, you said he is blue and you are green, correct?
Yes.
Let's go through this first page. First text message, what was the content of the text message that you received?
Where you at? Question.
And then the second text message that you received.
Let's get to it.
I can barely see that.
All right. The third text message,
Stop ducking my cold.
and that one was read by you at 9 9:39 and 22 seconds p.m.
Correct.
You then responded to that message, correct?
Yeah, but we spoke because I answered his FaceTime call.
That's okay.
I'm just lying. It's not about lying, but I didn't want to tell him exactly where I was at, so I said Trader Joe's.
That's fine. So, and I'm sure there are other messages you exchanged with other people, but I'm just asking you to focus on this thread. Your next response to him at 10:08:31 was, "I'm in front of Trader Joe's, drop location."
Correct.
For the record, that was PM.
My fault. Okay. So
10 o'clock at night, they're doing this.
The top of the page, the first message. I know it's a small photograph, but can you tell just from that small photograph what that's a picture of?
That's the showcase now.
And is this you sending him a picture of the shell casing after the shooting?
That's correct.
And how soon after you took the picture did you send it to him?
I don't know, within minutes or right there, I don't really remember.
Okay.
You sent Rocky a photo of the shell casings that you scooped up yourself?
You took the picture at 11:45 and then sent it at 11:58.
What?
Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you sent it to him that same night, correct?
I did.
And this is after the shooting.
That's after the shooting.
And then your next message to him?
You tried to kill me. You tried killing me.
And now we moved into the next day, November 7th, but just past midnight. So 12 o'clock and 55 seconds in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said to him the next message?
You should have killed me.
Oh.
And then your next message to him after that one?
I sent him a text message of his call to me. His text message to me, letting him know that. So when I said you should have killed me, I was meaning I'm about to be the biggest, like I'm about to do what I need to do.
You were showing him the prior text message where he said, "Where you at? Let's get to it."
I was pretty much showing
Right,
him.
both can't talk at the same time. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Yes, you had taken a screenshot of the
Yeah.
text messages where he said, where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. And that's what you sent to him?
I did.
Okay. And that's at 12:12 a.m., correct?
Mm. So you want him to talk to you after he shot you? Cross exams start after all of this is done. It has to finish first. So we can't give you an ETA though.
Where are you at?
Just nutty.
If you can, Mr. Efron, you might know or think what the answer is going to be if the question is over.
I told y'all.
Wait all the way until you hear the lawyer.
I told y'all this guy, this judge is instructing him because he keeps answering what he wants to answer,
Okay.
thinking he knows what the
Now,
question's going to be.
Would you agree that up until that point in the text thread, he has not responded to your messages, correct?
I'll have to see my phone.
So what I'm saying is, you said after the shooting, you texted him the garbage
Okay,
case,
yes.
and you sent him 3 other messages. To that point, you never responded to any of them, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you
After
sent him
the
so-called
picture of
bullets.
Your conversation, he responded, correct?
Yes.
And what was the first message that he sent to you?
Bro, what the fuck is you talking about? Why? Bro, what the fuck is you talking about? Why you telling people I shot at him?
And then he questioned or added a question mark to the message that you had sent to him previously, saying, "You tried killing me."
Yeah, you put a question mark on it.
What did that mean to you when someone puts a question mark on your text?
I mean, like, I can't tell you what he meant by that.
It means
How
like,
did you receive it?
what are you talking about?
I received it like he was not owning up to the fact. Like, I just wanted to see if he was gonna own up to what he was doing.
Okay. And then you sent him a response, correct?
Yeah, on my hand,
What were you showing him on your hand?
the grace.
The same injuries that we.
When he's on the stand, explaining why,
Yes.
he texts Rocky a photo of the so-called bullets
April 17, yes.
rather than sending it to the
His next
police
message
or
to
making a
you
report.
is,
And other
was
text
to
messages
attach a question
exchanges.
mark to your text
From the same
you
day.
should have killed him, correct?
That's correct.
Did you receive that the same way? Like you said, in your words, he wasn't owning up to it?
Yeah, he was in denial still.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the prosecution trying to get in front of
What
these
did
text
you
messages.
text him after that?
I said I did love the young ass.
What does that mean?
I love her. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't expect this to happen.
Sorry, I couldn't hear smooth call.
I did not expect this to happen. So I was just telling him I had love for you.
Meaning before the shooting, you
Yeah,
loved him.
before.
Okay. Can you read your next message to him?
Yeah, I think grazing is shooting at someone. That can happen. Yeah, the times make sense with the text. They do.
He did.
He found them at 11:10, not 40. They corrected
Nigga,
that.
I know you hate me. I hate you too.
Top of the 8th page. What did you say?
Stop making shit up, bro.
All right. And how did you respond to that?
I got bid.
Okay. At that point, what did you mean when you said I got bid?
I got video.
What video were you referring to?
So I was thinking the actual, like, around, I probably was texting him after I got the bullets or something like that. I don't really remember, but when I said that, I probably was already back at my hotel and I retook pictures of every location he was at.
Okay, you said when you went back to take pictures of the actual cartridge cases, there were other things you were taking pictures of as well, right?
Yeah.
What other things were you taking pictures of?
Any cameras I seen around?
On businesses?
Yeah.
And have you, up to the point that you sent this text, so we're now at.
Oh, why didn't he send a picture of his hand? Leslie, get him.
From any of those locations?
Get him.
No, I couldn't.
Did you have access to any of those cameras?
No, I went to one building, they told me I needed a subpoena.
Okay, so they specifically refused to let you watch it.
They wouldn't even acknowledge the fact that I wanted the video. They was like, you would need a subpoena.
So
I think I went with the lawyer that I had, and he told him that.
the point being that when you sent that text message, at that moment, you had not seen any video related to this case.
I haven't seen anything.
Were you only referring to the fact that you know there were cameras around them?
Yeah, so I want to reserve before it gets too late on what happened. Because I didn't
Preserve
go to
the
police
evidence.
right away.
But I'm asking, what are you communicating to him with that text message?
Oh, I'm letting him know that I have evidence. Like you're not getting away from this.
Why is it that you felt like you had to tell him you had evidence?
Because he shot at me. He wasn't acknowledging the fact that he shot at me.
Was he
Not
denying that
me.
the whole incident took
Just
place? Is that how you received it?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, break it.
I'm just want to finish with this and I'll be done. You, after that text message about the video, what did you text him?
See you soon, mud.
Then your next message?
Doreen.
I meant to say probably stop texting me. You lost it.
Okay. But what you actually sent him was
Text everything. You lost it.
All right. And then your next text,
Just stop texting me.
and then how did he reply to that?
Love me, but talk shit about me. Shit on me. Let me get cut. Which I don't know how the fuck I let this nigga get cut. And it still ain't cut you off. We never had.
Wait, Mr. Efron, can you just read the text?
Why does he keep using the N-word?
Nigga, you've been a op. You don't love me because we don't do business, so it is what it is.
Okay. When he said that you talk shit about him, what did you take that to?
I never talk shit about him. If anything, I'm just voicing my opinion on why shit is not working.
Okay. Did you know what he was referring to when he said, let me get cut?
Oh yeah, I was there that day, but I had nothing to do with him getting cut.
You didn't personally do anything to him, correct?
No.
All right. And then when he says you've been an op, what does that mean?
That was the first time I ever heard I was an op from him.
What's an
It's
op?
always new. Like the opposition, maybe somebody you don't fuck with. Mine got told to do many times. If you don't fuck with me, just let me know.
Okay. And
He sounds butthurt.
Yeah, and then the last text message that he sent to you.
Now you trying to extort niggas talking about I shot at you and shot you 4 times and all type of nonsense. You a phony, you don't have my best intentions. I
So
text
you didn't say mine.
Where?
You don't, that's intention.
Oh yeah, you don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me and stop calling my manager and call the police if I shot at you, you weirdo. So after that, that's when I was like, okay.
Hold on.
He said, call the police if I shot at you, you weirdo.
Oh,
That's
well,
right.
There's no more trying after that. I was gonna do like he literally told me to go to the police.
But did you receive that as him denying that this incident ever took place?
Oh yeah.
Anywhere in the text messages he sent you, did he refer to an allegation that he used a prop gun?
No, never.
Or a starter pistol?
No.
When he says stop texting me and stop calling my manager, what is he? What do you know what he's referring to when he says stop calling my manager?
So he had a manager, John, that I was cool with, and he did that. I sent everything I sent him, I sent to John. And John was like, pretty much like, whoa, let me see what's going on.
Okay, but that's what you thought he was referring to, was the fact that you were in communication with his manager.
With his manager, yeah.
Okay. You had a concern about what would happen if you ever challenged the defendant. Have those concerns been realized in your life?
What do you mean by that?
Hold on. Just a minute. About how much longer do you have?
That's it, Your Honor. That's my last question.
So you feel you've finished the correct examination?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and ask the question.
Yes. You've told us about all these fears you had about what would happen to you, what would happen to your career, your life, if you challenged the defendant. What happened? Have those fears actually been realized since this incident?
Yeah, for sure.
Those consequences have happened to you, correct?
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any.
All right. Let me see if the sidebar.
Oh, shoot. Rocky Lawyer about to rip this man apart. J-Love, I think you're right. How does that sit in with you guys? I want to see in the chat. How do you guys feel about the fact that he, would you text someone who just shot you? No. Oh, listen, all the things, let me just make sure I'm good. I'm not on mute. All the things that Relly just said he did are what you do to set up a civil court case, not a criminal one. That's what you do when you're like, you know what? I'm about to get paid. Keep in mind, the first text message that Relly sent said, I'm about to be rich. Now, there's a sidebar. There's a sidebar that's going on right now. And I'm waiting to see how much of a break they're going to have before they start cross-examination. I literally don't want to move from this chair until they tell us about that, because I want to make sure we capture all of that cross-examination. It is 12:38 California time right now. I have a feeling they may do a lunch break. And then after the lunch break, resume with cross-examination. We shall see. But while we're right now, it's supposed to just be a sidebar. Let me head over to, I also know there's some people live tweeting. So I'm going to check here those live tweets to see. I am following. If I missed anything. Yeah, I continued. Rihanna is sitting in the front row and between his mom and his sister. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we want to know when this direct exam. It just says, so this is not their official break yet. I have a feeling they're going to break for lunch. And then if so, we'll be back this afternoon because I need a break. I got some more other work done. The child. So because ASAP Rocky is facing 2 charges of felony assault with a semi-automatic firearm, if convicted, he could get up to 24 years, which I believe is 12 years for each count. And then stacked on top would be the 24. It's just so wild to me that literally all the evidence is coming from one person. I think that's just a really tough case for a prosecutor to take on. Because at the end of the day, if they don't believe Relly, you cannot find this man guilty. And so I think we're seeing now, this is why ASAP did not want to take that plea. Nope. But they also did. I want to hear, what do you think of their attempt? It sounds like what they're trying to do is they also tried to establish that Relly was in fear of, I guess, going to the police or what have you, because of the fear to his career, and that all of his fears regarding his career actually did take place, and that's why he's pursuing the civil lawsuit. In other words, the state is trying to establish, hey, he's doing the civil suit because he's owed money, not because this is a shakedown. How can they convict without a gun? Well, you don't need a gun in this situation because it's, at the end of the day, the jury gets to make their own judgment call. It's kind of like, how can you convict without a body, right? There are instances where you get convictions without a body because all the other evidence leads up to believing that it was a unaliving of that person. And you don't need the body to know. For example, in those situations, they'll show that someone hasn't gotten on social media and they used to be on social media 3, 4, 5 times a day, and they haven't been on social media in the last 2 years, which correlates with the last time anyone has seen the body. Here, some of the things that they're talking about is it sounds like no one, not even Relly, has stated that he believes it was a semi-automatic due to the fact, or a pow-pow, due to the fact that they've seen a flash. I think there was a witness yesterday on direct. She was a 911 caller who saw out of her 7th floor window what was going on. Initially on direct, she made no mention of seeing a flash, but did reference hearing what sounded like 2 gunshots. But then on cross, she made reference to, I saw it. But then that too could be, well, what is it that you saw? Did you see a flash? Or did you see them fighting, a gun being pulled out, and a noise? I think that should have been honed on a bit more. Right now we're on break. And so I'm breaking down what's happened so far if you're joining us now. And today, Relly hadn't said anything about him seeing a flash. Now, no, we had a conversation on day 1. Some people were of the belief that a prop gun doesn't make a noise. If you think of track meets, that starter pistol, pow, absolutely makes a noise. And one of the viewers here, been there, said that the new starter pistols, prop guns, not only make a noise, but they also make a blast. So if your goal is to scare someone off, you make that noise, you see that flash, and then most people will run off and leave you alone. Heartthrob says, can Relly sue for emotional distress, considering he shot a piece of metal that flashed and went bang? Oh, he is suing for that. Yes. So the answer is yes, he can. And yes, he is currently doing that. What would have been his best claim? So right now, it's a civil claim. He's got emotional distress. I believe he's adding in there something to compensate him for the fact that in the music industry, ASAP has also basically blackballed him. So people don't want to work with him. His clients, he stated he had to give them back their masters. I'll be honest, never heard of this guy before, but hell, who am I? The only ASAPs I was familiar with were Ferg and Rocky. So if the victim gives you the evidence, how can they believe it's actually evidence? And I think that's where they're going to get their bottom handed to them in cross-examination. Why would he have a prop gun? In opening statements, the defense stated that ASAP was instructed that he should carry one to protect his family, that he had run-ins before. So there was a 2006 fight. His face is permanently slashed. Imagine what a pretty boy you got to be to get your face slashed. His face was permanently slashed in a fight some years ago. And then he got the prop gun allegedly from the set of one of Rihanna's music videos and has always had it around. But he's also licensed to carry a actual weapon. Yep, check out my book, guys. You can go to my website, SimoneRedwine.com. Check out my books, Background Checks 101, Beginner's Guide to Discovering Who the Heck You're Actually Dealing with. There is an account called Black Letter Law that's live tweeting. Also, Megan Cuniff is there. I'm going to check hers too. Let's see if we got an update from her. Meg, the reporter. Megan Cuniff. She's okay. She's a little googly-eyed writer. For those asking, Rihanna is wearing, she says, clothes. She is sitting down and hard to see from where I am. Because everybody keeps asking, I guess they keep asking her, what's Rihanna wearing? Okay, Rihanna is wearing glasses today. She's listening intently on the testimony. She's not been shown on the live stream and she likely won't be. She is sitting in the front bench in the gallery behind the defense table. The gallery is where the audience is. She's being told there's a photographer in the courtroom along with the videographer, but is told that neither can focus on the audience. So that means no Rihanna. Yeah, no, that's true. When I've recorded in the courtrooms previously, we were specifically instructed that you are not to record the audience. All right, let me see if I'm missing anything else. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. Ooh, here's some of the actual messages. Hold on a second. Oh, that we went through. All right. So most recently, let me see if there are any other. 13 minutes ago, prosecutor is asking Relly about text message. Here, I'll put these up. So it says prosecutors asking about, these are some of the text messages. Terrell has sent at 12:39 saying, y'all ends set me up. You tried to take me from my daughter. And ASAP writes back, I tried to do what? And I know you hate me. I hate you too. Yeah, these times. Who's this? Okay, there we go. Yeah, let me see these. These are just clips of some of them. What account? So there's a few different accounts there. All right, so here's what we've got. We're on like a short court break. So while they're trying to decide that, I was just trying to see if I'd missed anything else. Tree says, I pray Rocky gets off and changes his associations. Hit that like button. Yes, that's right. I'm surprised Rocky didn't make this a fashion statement, but his freedom is on the line. He's worn that brown suit 2 days in a row, and maybe he has more than one brown suit, but you probably don't need that many brown suits. That probably be just fine. You don't need that many. Sandy Payne said, face red, smiling live. He would have been better off suing McDonald's for a hot coffee spill. 200 watt. Oh, we don't have 200 likes yet, but we've got 210 in the chat. Let's get those likes up. Okay. Tiara said, the thing is, a lot of hood shenanigans sound dumb in court. So yesterday I said, this is what it looks like when there's no DEI. Okay. A black prosecutor and a black defense attorney would have gotten together and been like, hey, these are some hood shenanigans. We know what this is here. No case here. Let's get this dismissed. This is a waste of taxpayer money. But also, I have to say, when you got a lot of men prosecutors, because you have to understand, prosecutors don't make that much money. They used to start, I think they start in Texas at like $60,000. And I have to tell you, that's not a lot of money when you consider that same prosecutor's monthly student loan payment is usually around $2,000 a month. So there's that. So no, 60 when you have $2,000 a month in student loans, I don't consider that a lot of money. And so as a result, a lot of people do it for where it can take you later in your career and the power that it gives. So I found that there are a lot of male prosecutors. They are just difficult to deal with, to be realistic with, to truly evaluate the facts for what they have. They want to just win. J Love said, I bet really civil lawyer just threw their hands up like, oh, dang. Yeah. And it sounds like, oh, no, I don't know if y'all peeped that. Relly now has a different civil lawyer than he had at the beginning. It sounds like because he referenced the lawyer that I had back then. So that means he's got a different attorney now. Now he's got Camille, Johnny Depp's lawyer. That would make sense, y'all. Because that Johnny Depp case, I think that was Camille wasn't Camille at that point. She hadn't gotten that great victory. So he wouldn't have known to get Camille. And note, his attorney for his civil case is taking it on contingency. That's how he was able to get one. He don't have no money to pay for no lawyer. Y'all know that. So I say that to say it was a different lawyer before. I don't know if either that lawyer dropped him or he was like, oh, Camille would be a better one. I wouldn't be surprised if that lawyer dropped him. Because a lot of top attorneys like the Camille's won't take you if you're presently represented. Yeah. Can Relly sue for emotional distress? Yeah, we talked about that one. Yeah, been there says, I think his career was in the toilet. Well, I've never known of him to have a career, so I'd have to agree. He seems bitter, but hard to tell what a jury thinks. You're right, especially a jury that may not be familiar with our culture. If the victim gives you the evidence, we went over that. Yeah, mind you, a prop gun is definitely not something commonly carried by anyone. So it's going to be difficult. Now, the state has the burden of proof. Oh, let's see what's next. The state has a burden of proof to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. But if your defense is something like self-defense, or in this case, the defense is, but it wasn't a real gun, this was a prop gun, then A$AP Rocky has the burden of persuading a jury that it was a prop gun. So I hope that helps. Meaning he has to present enough evidence, because the fact that it's a prop gun creates reasonable doubt. So the defense attorney's job is simply to create that reasonable doubt. And so that's the job here. Oh, let's see. It looks like we're back. Great question, though. Mind your business said it's definitely all hood crap. Wait, now this is different. Hold on. I don't think that's right. Hold on. This is saying love affair murder trial. That's not what we want. Hold on. Let me find. Yeah, it's okay. Looks like the court is still on break. Yeah, I'm ready for cross-examination too. Let's get to it. That's right. Initially, Relly did deny, I know you mean Relly, that it was him walking to get the bullets at the scene. I want to see more of that video. They didn't cover much of that at all. Notice there was nothing. They showed him back there, but they showed him back on the scene, but I didn't see him bend down. I didn't see what looked like him, scouring the ground or anything like that. Now, let me answer this real quick. Abita Shit says 60,000 for a prosecutor. That's egregious. Yeah. Now there are other states like Colorado. Colorado is paying six figures to be a prosecutor, which I feel like to keep prosecutors honest, you should pay them well. And Simone, B, they get loan forgiveness for public service. You're right. But here's the problem with it. They've got to pay that $2,000 a month for the first 10 years before they qualify for the loan forgiveness. That's a problem. I forgot the sweater is green. Who the hell wants to do that? That's why I really encourage people, if they can, go to a tier 1 school, go to an Ivy League school like I did, because the graduating salary difference is $100,000 per year. If you graduate from my school at the bottom of your class, you're making $160,000, $180,000. You graduated from Thurgood Marshall School of Law at the bottom of your class, you're not getting a job. If you graduated the top of your class, you might be starting at that 60. So you can make 60 or 180. It is, you graduated from both schools, but one of them is a top school and one of them isn't. It's tough. Frederick Martin feels like Rocky should have took the deal. Fred, what makes you feel that way? What are some of the facts that you've seen where you feel like that? Rocky should have gave him some money to let it go. Gotcha. But how much money? Here's the thing. I believe, so what you do when you're trying to decide how much do you want to settle for is there's a number in your head. I believe if he would have been willing to take 300, 500, maybe even 1 million, that Rocky would have just paid it to not take this risk of 24 years. The problem was right now he's going for 30 million. He wants millions, plural. And I think there's a certain number. Usually what clients do is we calculate what is the cost to litigate this thing all the way through. What is that number? And so on Rocky's end with this criminal trial, I'm going to guess he's probably paid $500,000 to $1 million. So if that's the case, some people would absolutely want to just cut the check to not take the risk. And then there's others who are like, no, it's principle. I ain't giving that man ish. My freedom matters. I would pay him and then I'd find somebody to go beat him up. Tree said, how the heck did Relly find the bullets in 2 to 3 minutes? I'm wondering about that too. Yes, thank you, Leslie. You got to pay the first 10 years. That's the problem with the student loan forgiveness. It sounds good, but most people are not only that, but it only counts for each year you're with a public entity. So most people are done paying their student loans after 10 years. So it's really not giving you much of nothing. It'd be one thing if it was 5 years because that cuts it down, but most people try to pay their loans back in 10 years. So it really sucks. Yeah, repayment based on income. I like the repayment ones that go over 20 years. That way you can actually get something for your money, because the regular ones are usually based on 10 years. Let's see. Frederick Martin, agree. Would have avoided all this. The jury might convict. Yeah. It does sound catty. All right. Oop. Oh, hold on. Let me plug in my phone, my computer. All right, guys. You're right. Yeah, it is income based. For my friends who are like judges and stuff, you're right. The income based, makes them pay too. I'm sorry. Yes, that are like judges, because that's like 6 figures. Income based makes them pay too much. So they prefer to like do it over the 20 years, I want to say, or something along those lines. But yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. All right, it looks like they are on break for real. So I'm going to go ahead and take break. I'm just going to play the live stream. I'm going to leave it up. I'm just turning my camera off until they resume because I need to grab something to eat. So, oh, let me see if we got any other questions. I still don't see enough evidence to even have this trial. See, well, all the evidence is the one witness. That's the problem. All the evidence is ASAP Relly. I mean, there's the police officers that say we responded to gunshots, but when the defense is it was a prop gun, you're going to need more. The big deal was that the state did not find out about the prop gun defense until the eve of trial, right before trial started, and they are pissed. They told the judge, they were like, we feel like it was disingenuous. We feel like this is unfair. And the judge is like, well, and the defense it says, well, we alluded to the fact we told you he was not guilty. We said he's innocent. Oh, absolutely. Be more cutie, Baltimore cutie. If he would have taken the plea deal, wouldn't that have strengthened the civil case? Absolutely. If he took the plea deal in the civil case, he might have even filed for summary judgment, saying, and then therefore the only issue in the civil case would have been how much money does ASAP owe. So it would no longer be an issue of liability. It would only be an issue of money. That's absolutely what would have happened if he took the deal. Also, if he took the deal, he would have lost some of his current opportunities. He's supposed to be starring in a movie with Denzel Washington that was directed by Spike Lee. He would have lost that. And in May, he is supposed to be one of the Met Gala's co-hosts, chairs or whatever. He would have lost that as well. That's great. Okay. If Relly was fighting the other guys and Rocky took the gun out, wouldn't one of the other guys be shot too? Yeah, maybe. One disgruntled ex-friend is weak testimony. I can agree with that. No, hey, welcome back, Renee. No, that's what we're waiting on. So they're on a break. But usually when they go on break, they'll tell us like this is how long we're breaking for. So I was trying to sit here and kind of see. I'm gonna give them a few more minutes, but it's 1 p.m. So that gives me the impression they're probably on a lunch break. And I keep checking different Twitter pages and stuff to see if I can get an update. But yeah, they're on break at the moment. And we're waiting for them to hurry it on back. There we go. And let me see if there's any update. No, not yet. Yeah, it looks like they're probably on lunch break. Like I said, it's 1 o'clock. And then they're going to resume with cross-examination. So I can't wait to see that. Yeah, okay. Love and crime trials. They're not covering this. Oh, yeah, they're on to a different trial right now, which says to me. Yeah, they just ended this stream. All right, I'm going to leave this stream on. I'm going to just leave this page going and leave this stream on so that we can see as soon as they get back. Of course, we don't want to miss a thing. Here we go. Right, we're still waiting for them to come on back. Let me see what I can read in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're not back. It looks like I'm guessing it'll probably be another hour. But when they do resume, I will definitely be covering it. Because we've got, I prefer the law and crime one. But yeah. Yeah, coming up, more testimony from the alleged victim, and it'll be on direct exam. All right, guys, I'm gonna pull down, and you'll see a bit more. But right now, we're just waiting for them to return. All right, I'll be back. All right. Oh no.
Like something like 40 something.
Come on back.
Yeah, I do.
Is my head in your way?
No, it's not going to be done.
Okay. I don't have a big head, but I don't want it to be in your way. Great, even though.
All the way down. Great.
Can I plug in? Yeah, if they'll let me. All right, hey.
I'm with Liz also.
Oh,
with
okay. Is
yeah.
there any way to plug in a? Exactly.
Let me double check, 'cause I don't wanna-
There's an extra one. But
There's
I
an
don't
extra
want
one?
to screw
Okay.
things
Yeah, I
up.
think that should be fine.
It's okay. Oh, cool.
As long as it's not something. I think that's just remember, of course, no cameras, no recording.
Yeah, yeah. The computer's okay though.
Plug in.
Perfect.
There's a no. It's right there. Yeah, I don't.
Is it good?
No, 'cause
No,
I don't
no.
know what they're doing and all that. I don't want to miss. Can't plug in.
Okay, okay. It's gonna work. It's
Pen and
working.
paper.
Yeah.
Old fashioned pen and
I
paper.
should learn how to do that. Wait, who's the girl outside?
I think it's
She's
lab.
not you. No, she's a public defender. Oh, she's a PD.
Oh, yeah.
She looked like me once. No. I'm doing a test. Use digital camera. Use a digital camera.
A little bit down. Make it.
Old, not industrial camera.
No, it looks overly hard to learn stuff. I know. The old. Yeah.
No, my son.
Oh, Jess was coming out of that.
So you. So tell me. It's not a button. It would look much. So yeah, he did yeah. Okay, good. Do it however you do it, because I can't, people will be confused by certain things. It is, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, how would you say it? How would you yeah.
Okay, hold the noise down, folks, please.
All right, we're, that's physical, in which he seeks to impeach Mr. Efron once cross-examination begins. Did I correctly state that?
You did.
Okay, and everybody's on board?
Yes, on board.
All right, everybody ready for the jury? Where is it, Mr. Efron? Mr. Efron? You want to start from?
So when we stopped yesterday, you were talking to us about, enough about people's sports not here. What happened immediately after, yes.
Not having to slide that mic over slider. I know it's kind of hard to hear.
sure you're good. It says, check connection. There's,
Let me see if these are all.
I can start if we can get the tech person.
Alex, can you get Mark up here?
Yes, guy.
All right, there's a red light on the side. Is it supposed to be green if it's?
I'm not sure. Normally, the issue is just that it's not turned on, but I know it turned on because there was a box that popped up.
All right, we'll have, Mark is the computer, the audio visual. We'll have him come up and take a moment. But in the interim, can we get started?
Absolutely. So we were talking about as the defendant was walking away from this parking lot, you said you looked over and you saw 12E putting a knife in his pocket, and then 12E walked after the defendant. Are you with me there?
Yes.
Okay, that's where I want to pick up today. You said at the end of your testimony yesterday, you talked about this being a white flag situation. And then you said that you were screaming out how Rocky had failed us. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What did you mean when you said that?
Like meaning.
What
just
did you
like-
say?
I was just like, said something about 12B, I said something about bills, I said something about just overall group.
Can you say the words that you said, the best of your
I
relative?
don't really remember because
You don't remember
I
any of
don't
the
wanna
words?
lie. I don't wanna like, I just remember just 3 years ago. Like,
If
I
you
look
don't
at my
remember,
statement.
if you don't remember word for word,
I don't wanna like,
just,
yeah.
give us the sum and substance.
When you said, I said something about 12E, do you remember at all what it was that you were talking about? I understand.
Probably in the context of him like, like not have emotion no more, like, you know what I mean? Because the whole thing was that I think the complex con, I don't think they even seen Rocky or did anything, to be honest. Probably was complaining about the dude, you know what I mean? Like 2 days prior when I seen him. So it was like, people wasn't happy.
When you say, did you say not having motion?
Yeah, but that's not his fault. It's kind of like,
No, Mr. Everett, I'm just trying to understand, I just didn't catch the word. I wasn't sure if you said motion or emotion. You said not having motion, correct?
yeah, so I'm telling him he's not what it seems to be. Like it's not, you're not like Instagram is just fake. Like you're back, you work construction, you went on tour for 6 years. Like,
Okay.
I don't get it.
Were these some of the things that you were saying about 12E as
Yeah,
you were
because
walking
we're a
out?
brother, we're supposed to be
Okay,
lifting
hold
each
on,
other
you
up.
both can't talk at the same time. Ask the question again. Oh, okay, hold on, time. Mark, the monitor, the monitor over here, can't get it to work. These are all on C. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Can you take a look, please? Yeah. So you can get it to work.
Can you see it on your screen, sir?
No, yeah. You know, if worse comes to worse, you can use mine and I'll just look at the poster. You can't get that going, Howard.
I said it helps with the mystery, mine went out.
a sense of either the kinds of things you were saying or the tone that you were saying things with.
It's pretty much naming all like. What's the question again?
What were the kinds of things you were saying about 12?
I was just saying like towards Rocky.
Towards
Or
12.
towards 12.
Let's start with 12 first.
I was kind of talking towards like Rocky though, but after 12, but I was just like, he's not like what he's supposed to be. Bills is not what he's supposed to be, but that's not me saying that it was his problem. It was like, you got the foundation, you want to hold the rock. You know what I mean?
When you say not his problem, who are you talking about?
Rockies, but I said it because he's the one that's got all of us there for his shows, this and the third, not giving credit where credit's due. So it's like, you know what I mean? When you go down the line, like what I said yesterday, it's only Barry, Ferg, and Rocky who's really successful. But when you really look at it, it's a lot of ASAP members. That's not his fault, but it's like you give credit where credit's due. So that's pretty much what I was saying.
Okay. The comments that you were making about 12, were they negative comments about him?
I wouldn't say negative. I mean, yeah, like truthful, kind of, not truthful.
I mean, were you saying, have you said in the past that one of the things you said about 12 is that he went on tour with the defendant for 8 or 9 years, but he was still living in the projects?
I don't know if he personally was living in the projects, but
No,
I know he
did
went
you
back.
say
Yeah, I
that?
said that. Yeah.
Okay. And about ills, I mean, would you agree that that statement about 12 is not a positive statement?
No.
You would not agree?
I would agree. It's not positive, yeah.
Okay. And the statement that you were making about ills, do you remember the words that you said?
I just said he's a crackhead.
Okay.
Like he's not like, but nothing like.
Would you also agree that's not a positive comment to make about ills?
Yeah, I agree.
Would you, were you directing your comments at the defendant, or were you saying each of these things to 12B and to ills directly?
I was just saying in general, like everybody live right next to each other, everybody can hear. You know what I mean? But it was just trying to like still back me up, like yo, chill. You know?
Okay. I believe you said yesterday at the end that you were trying to verbally express how you feel. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I felt like I'm never gonna see Rocky again due to the circumstances, so I'm just gonna let him know how I feel.
Can you explain that to the jury more? When you say, I know I'm never gonna see Rocky again, what is that?
I mean, the circumstances, the situation that happened. Like, why would we ever see each other? You know what I mean? So I felt like I didn't want him to go back and then talk about it and everybody just laugh and think, oh, Rocky just pulled the gun on Rel, shot it. Well, before then, because he didn't shoot yet, but pulled the gun on Rel and made this big scene. You know what I mean? So I'm like, bro, I'm in 15 years. I know everybody over there, just about 15 years, not Jamel, but it was, for like 15 years.
I believe you said yesterday that when you went into this, what you called linking up with him, it was to repair things with him, right?
Yeah.
After he pulled the gun on you, how were you feeling at that point?
He grabbed me first, so that everything, all bets is off the table. Like I'm thinking, what are we doing here? Like, you know what I mean?
How are you feeling now?
What you mean?
How are you feeling after after he pulled this gun on you?
Oh, I was like mad. I was like, I can't believe this just happened. You know what I mean?
And was there anything else about the presence of Ills and 12 being there that contributed to you being mad?
No, like them being there, like just got me mad, even.
Yeah. Did that change anything, the fact that the two of them came
No,
on?
not at all.
All right. At that moment, immediately after the gun was first pointed at you, as the defendant is walking away, did you have any animosity towards Ills?
No, I never had a problem with it.
I believe you said that both you and Ills then walked down the street following after the defendant, but the two of you were walking together, correct?
I mean, it wasn't really following nobody, I'm just talking. They're all working together, you know what I mean?
But you're headed in the same direction
Yeah,
that he's
down
headed,
Argyle, yes,
and he's ahead of you, correct?
yes.
All right. So as the defendant got to the street, the street corner at the end of Argyle, where did he go?
I think he made a left on that street, he made a left.
Do you remember the name of the street?
No, I'm not probably.
Okay. And when he made a left, where did he go from there?
He kept going straight till he got about to the street, to the end of the street corner. And where the stop sign is at.
Were you still behind him at that point?
Yeah.
Still walking in the same direction that he was walking?
Yeah.
Now, from what you've described, going down to the end of the street, making a left, and going all the way to the stop sign, at that point, you knew he had a gun, correct?
Yeah, I think he had a gun.
He had just shown it to you.
Yes.
And was it that entire walk, that entire time that you were expressing to him how you feel?
Yes.
In what you already described as an angry tone or an elevated tone?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Why would you follow behind someone that you know is armed with a gun and verbally tell them how you feel in the way that you did?
I told you already because I felt like I would never see him again. And I felt like since he put it away and going to busy street in Hollywood, like he's definitely not gonna shoot this shit. I mean, shoot it.
So you, at that moment, did not believe that he would shoot you? That
No.
Yeah. Did you believe at that moment that he would shoot you?
What do you mean? Can you say it again?
The way that I asked the question before was a double negative, so your answer's not clear. So I just want to ask it a different way. Did you believe at that moment that he would shoot you?
At what moment when I'm walking with him?
When he's first walking away and you're walking in the same direction as he's walking?
No. Well, I don't know. To be honest, I wasn't thinking straight at that moment. I had a lot on my mind. I just wanted to get what was on my chest off.
Do you think you would have reacted differently in this situation had that been a stranger that first walked you?
What do you mean?
Meaning, if a stranger pulled a gun on you, do you think you'd walk after them and essentially?
No, because I have no business. I mean, I got away from a life-threatening situation. But in that situation, I felt like maybe you put the gun away and seeing Jamel with the knife, it further me wanting to say what was on my chest.
Okay. When you got to the area where the stop sign was that you described, you made the left turn, you walked to the stop sign, that's what you said, right?
Yes.
Who was the first person that got to where the stop sign was?
Rocky.
And then who was the next person?
Jamel.
And then after that?
It was basically like me and Dale. It was kind of.
And when you got to the stop sign area with Ills, what was the next thing that happened?
I'm still talking, but then I see Rocky turn around. Can I explain what happened?
Yeah.
So I see Rocky turn around. When he turned around, he was like, kind of looked like a movie. The whole thing looked like a movie, like, you know what I mean? So he kind of like pointed down. He shot the first shot. When he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot. So I grabbed Ills, used him as a shield. He's going around trying to shoot me between the Ills. 12 feet off to the side. I'm not really worrying about him. I'm just trying to like not get hit at this point.
You said, as you were saying that he had the gun out, you had your right arm extended about shoulder high.
Yeah, because he kind of like when he turned around, kind of like his back was turned, like it was kind of like just you turn around, the gun's there, he kind of jumped when he shot, and kind of shot down, like you know what I'm saying?
The gun that he was holding, did it look like the same gun that he pulled on you at the parking lot?
Yeah.
And when you say he shot down, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like it was kind of like this. It wasn't like pointing and doing, but it wasn't like aiming at you. It was kind of like that. So he, like I said, it was like a movie kind of like boom, and then like just running around trying to like get me.
Okay, the motion he made with his arm, Your Honor.
Describe.
Yeah, so he had his arm extended out, and then as he was saying shot down, he lifted his arm up to about head high, and then had his pointer finger sort of pointed forward, but in a downward trajectory.
Hand was higher than.
Well, I don't really remember, but from what like, it was more like it was fast. He turned around, and then it was like boom. You know what I mean? Like not like.
Okay. You said that as he shot the gun the first time,
Mhm.
you said your hand felt hot, correct?
Yeah,
Where on your hand felt hot?
my left hand.
Where?
Left hand. Just right above my knuckles. Like my knuckles is right here, below my knuckles. So it's right here. And if I was to fall, you would see other injuries on that picture from that day from my knuckles and all around here. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Like,
So, okay, yeah, I just have to, when you point this up, I have to describe it. So
my knuckle, my
What
hand,
he's
I still
pointing
got
to,
the
Your Honor,
mark from that day.
what he's pointing to are the middle knuckles on his left hand. Kind of, he has his hand sort of curled and going across.
Yeah, right there. So it's
Hold on. Both hands up at the same time. So wait, go ahead.
I think I was done. He motioned with his right hand across his left hand, middle knuckles.
Ask another question.
You said that you then, got behind Hills, correct?
I dashed to him. I got ran to him and then just grabbed him.
How did Hills react to this?
Oh, he was like petrified. He was screaming. After he literally said, "You could have got me killed." And I said, "What? You came with him?"
Wait, I want to stay right at that moment though. I don't want to jump ahead. So right at that moment, you're saying he was petrified, correct?
Petrified.
Physically, what did he do? Did he move at all?
He was petrified. I grabbed him and he's like screaming, "No, no, no." And I'm using him every which way.
When you say petrified though, is he moving at all or is he standing still?
Yeah, he's trying to move. And then he dropped his body.
Okay. And were you intentionally trying to position Ills between you
Oh
and the
yeah.
defendant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody that would have been there, I would have did that, especially if you came with him.
And then, Welby or Jamel, what did he do?
I don't know because I'm too busy grabbing ills. I don't really see what 12 is. He's off to the side. I see him off to the side the whole time, but I don't really know what's going on. I don't even see them running off really. Like I'm still dealing like with ills literally telling me I could have got him killed while I'm just running off.
Right. Again, I don't want to jump ahead. I want to stay right at the moment when the shots are fired. Are you saying as the defendant fires the first shot, you then move around to Hills? You're not paying attention to 12, so you're not entirely sure what he did.
No, I'm not really sure what 12 was doing.
Okay. Then after the first gunshot, what did you see the defendant do? Physically, what did he do with his body?
Oh, he's running up and he shot again.
What does running up mean?
Like he's running and shooting. Like he's trying to like find. He's trying to look for a way to shoot because if I wasn't grabbing the ills, I mean.
Did he physically come closer to you?
Yeah.
And
he got close.
You're saying
the whole time it was close, but he got really close.
you were saying that he was trying to move motion around Ills, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay.
New exhibit or?
No, same exhibit, it is People's 15. Your Honor, what I have on the screen is the file that's labeled sequence surveillance video from People's 15. I have it right now on the video player at the bottom. It's paused at 31 seconds into this video file. And it stopped there. Mr. Efron, do you see the larger video in the background?
Yes.
Mostly gray.
Yes.
Do you recognize that area that we're looking at there?
Other than that day, no.
All right, I'm talking specifically about that day. Can you orient yourself on what you're seeing from that part of the video?
I mean, to the far right, that's where the curve is at. That's where the curve is at, and the stop sign where like the incident happened.
Can you point to it with the pointer?
So pretty much we walked right here, and Rocky got to like right along.
Keep the voice up.
I said we got to like right here, and then as soon as like he got into the street around right here, that's when the shooting took place.
Okay, I would say he's pointing to the top left-hand corner, in where the street area is that we can see. Okay.
Right, that is across from that orange wall barricade there where that is.
Second.
All right, I'm gonna play the video and then I'll go back and ask some more questions about it. All right, start trying to watch. I'm gonna pause it at 55 seconds. Back. I'll ask you some questions. So let's start at the beginning, start from. I know it's gonna be hard to see from here, but from taking you back to that night, you see the person that we can see best at the top left-hand corner, kind of in the middle of that street. You see that person?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Rocky.
Okay. There's another individual.
No, red jacket.
Okay. Let me just finish the question because the court order has to take a reading down. So that would be just above him and maybe just slightly to the left. There's another person there. You're saying that's Jamel?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And then you and Ills at this moment, are the two of you at the street corner?
I don't know. It's kind of blurry.
That's
Yeah, I can't really see that. That's a hydrant or like people. I can't really see.
That's fair. Let me play it forward a little bit if you could watch them. But with that, as your memory from that day, would that be the area that you recall being at?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play it forward just a little. Did you see the movement of those two people that I was pointing to just a few seconds ago?
Wait, go back.
Sure. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Was one of those individuals you,
Yes,
and the other one was Hills?
yes.
And what motion did you see yourself take on the video?
Like running towards the hills.
Okay, would you have been farther to the left-hand side of the screen just slightly?
Yeah, I'm on the left. Hills would be on the right.
And, okay, then we go back just a little, start again at 35 seconds. The person that we see moving forward, is that still the defendant?
Yeah, so I'm kind of like running around hills at that point while Rocky's like, it's like a circle. Everything's happening like a circle.
I'm gonna go back and restart at about 35 seconds. Can you focus, anytime I'm gonna ask you to focus on the person who said it's 12 feet, and tell us where you see that person go, okay? All right, and I'm pausing it at 42 seconds. Where did you see 12 feet go?
He ran across the wall.
Okay, I have paused here at 42 seconds. Would it be this person here?
Yeah, yes.
And do you remember what this area was at all? I know it's been
No idea. No idea.
okay. But was there a wall here? Is that what this white object
Yes.
is? All right. Did he make that motion right as the gunshot started happening?
Yes, he did.
I'm gonna play it forward. And I'm gonna stop it at 50 seconds. If you need me to go back, I will, but did you see what you and Ills were doing at that part that I just played? That's short.
I'm gonna go back. I was looking at Jamel still.
No, that's fine. Started back at 47 seconds. Oh, hold on. A little farther. Started at 42 seconds. Stop it at 51. Did you see what the two of you were doing?
Yeah, so after Hills dropped his body, I probably was just looking to see where he was before I just run off or continue back down like Hollywood where I was at before.
Okay. When you say Ills dropped his body, what do you mean by that?
Like he physically just dropped, like his weight.
Did you do anything to push him to the ground?
No, no,
Did you strike him?
no, of course not.
Did you throw any punches towards him?
No.
So are you describing him essentially dropping his body to try to get away from you? Because you're trying to hold him?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Did you personally go to the ground as he dropped his body?
Yeah, as he dropped. So I like kind of dropped with him. You could see me like almost dropped, but looking back to see kind of.
All right. And then fair to say at that point, that's when the defendant was running
Yeah,
away
you could
from
see Jamel like pushing him away at that point.
All right, I'm gonna play another video file. All right, Your Honor, this video file is called combined surveillance video.
Part 15?
Yes, on the same drive. And right now I have paused at 46 seconds. Mr. Efron, would you agree this appears to be the same camera angle?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play it forward. And I'll pause it in a second. I'm gonna pause it at 54 seconds. Does this look like a zoomed in version of that, in that area where you're describing this interaction at?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play the video forward from here. ask some questions. Okay, I'm gonna stop it at 1 minute, 16 seconds. I'm gonna go back to ask you a few follow-up questions.
Right, I'm sorry, could you just identify what exhibit this is?
It's 15.
Well,
The video is called Combined Surveillance Video. So if you want to see, there's
not the sequence,
there's sequence, there's combined, and then there's the 3 files.
they're all part of it.
Yes.
This one's combined surveillance.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Starting at about 50 seconds. Zooms in. Again, just so we're all on the same page of who we're talking about, where it's paused at 55 seconds here, this individual here in the sort of in the middle of the street area, that's the defendant, correct? The person just to the left of him and slightly above him? Okay. And then it's hard to see where you and Ills would be, but would you agree?
Wait, both can't talk at the same time.
That's okay. You'd be towards the left here, more closer to the corner of the street, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to play it forward and I'm going to pause it at 1 minute and 2 seconds. Can you make out which person you are, Mr. Efron?
Right here, in this picture?
Yeah, where it's paused here at 1 minute and 2 seconds.
I know one with the white Air Force, it's just really hard to tell what the white Air Force is. Oh. I can see it better on here than on the big screen for some reason. But on here, over here looks way better.
Okay.
I'm in this figure, whatever this is right here, but on here you can actually see it more.
Can you actually see on your back, Mr. Efron, the design that was on the back of your sweatshirt?
Yes.
In that video, if you point to where the design is, if you can see it on the big screen.
Like,
So it's say right in the middle of the top of the where the image is paused on.
To be precise, it looks like a white circle on your body.
Okay, and I'll play this video over here. And I'm gonna stop it at 1 minute and 14 seconds. At this point, have you and Ills separated from each other?
yes,
And why did you let him go at that point?
because I've probably seen Rocky running off already.
Okay. You described the first shot, the motion the defendant made with his hand as he shot the first shot. Was the second shot any different from that?
I don't know at that point. I'm ducking.
You weren't really paying attention to it?
No, I just was really just trying to grab those.
Okay. Second. Do you recall? I'm going to show you equals 7. Do you recognize that area at all?
Yeah,
And what is that area?
that's what happened.
Okay. Where the 2 shots were fired, correct?
Mhm.
You say yes?
Yes,
When the shots were first fired, can you point for the jury to a spot that is near where you were on that street?
I was coming down here. I probably got to around like right here, I believe. And Rocky was like right here.
Okay.
And it got like around, and it got all around this area kind of.
You know, Your Honor, actually, I think we're going to have him just mark on the photograph itself. This is people 7. Let's do for you. Can you put an X where you would be when the first shot would happen? Okay, and then do a triangle for where the defendant was. Okay, thank you. Back up. Okay, a little better. The X you made is right here, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that it was closer to the curb,
Yes.
and where you're describing was right by the corner, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And then the triangle that you made for the defendant is here more in the middle of the street on Vista Del Mar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As the defendant was shooting at you, was it your belief that the gun that you were using was a real gun or a fake gun?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, did you believe as the defendant was shooting at you that he was shooting a real gun or a fake gun?
Oh, it was a real gun.
And what led you to believe that it was a real gun?
I mean, I was hit. I was hit.
Is there anything else about it?
When you know the difference between, I mean, I don't know how would you, somebody shooting at you, I don't know how to answer that, kind of.
Okay. Sir.
And I wasn't, like, I was grazed, I wasn't hit, I didn't have a hole through my hand or nothing. It was like, that's what it was, you know.
At the moment that he first started firing at you, what would you estimate would be the distance between the two of you? And if it's easier to point to something in the courtroom, you can do that.
On the first shooting,
Yes.
probably like where I'm at from where you at, probably, I guess. Or a little bit further, I don't know.
This is, where Mr. Griswold's standing,
Yeah.
it's approximately 15 feet from the
Okay. By the time he fired the second shot, what was
Probably
the
a
distance?
little bit further, like a little, it was, yeah, around there. Yeah.
Sorry, which shot were you talking about?
The first one, it was like 15 to like 7, 15, like around there, yeah.
You said on the second shot that he moved a little closer to you. What would you estimate would be the distance of that one?
Oh, he was right up on us. I'm saying us because he was being ill. I thought it was a bunch of shots because I'm just trying to like, you literally just duck underneath ills, do whatever, which way he was going, I'm putting ills towards him.
How many shots did you believe that he fired at you?
At the time, I believe it was 3 or 4.
In fact, when you reported this to the police, how many shots did you tell them that he fired at you?
I believe 3 or 4.
And did you tell that to multiple police officers?
I did.
Was there anything that happened after you reported this to police that caused you to change your opinion on how many shots he fired?
No.
So you still, as you sit here right now, is it your testimony that he fired either 3 or 4 shots at you?
I mean, I've seen the video, so I understand it was 2 shots now.
That's what I mean. Okay, so as you sit here now, it's your belief he fired 2 shots at you, right?
Yeah. Yes.
But when you initially reported it, you reported it as
3 or 4 shots. Yeah. Because it sounded like that. We're in like a closed, it's real loud. You know what I'm saying?
You said that what changed your opinion was that you watched a video, correct?
Oh, yeah, the preliminary hearing
Okay.
was the first time I seen the actual, like, the sound of the shots.
Your Honor, with the court judicial notice that the preliminary hearing was November 8th of 2023?
I don't have the transcript. Does everybody agree that was?
That's right, yes.
So between the date of this incident, November 6th, 2021, to November 8th, 2023, in those 2 years, you believe that it was 3 or 4 gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And then after you watched the video that had sound, after the preliminary hearing, you changed you understood then that it was 2 gunshots, correct?
Yeah, yes. I mean, truthfully, I thought it was way more, but I'm going off of the video because mentally, I thought I got shot at a lot of times.
Okay. If you can, just clarify for us, when you're referring to something, if it's based on your memory or from watching the video. Can you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have to mark my next thing.
17.
Showing you what's marked as equals 17, do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah,
And what is that?
that's my left hand.
And do you know who took this picture?
Probably was off my phone.
This is a picture you took.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know when you took this picture?
Probably the day after or the day, that day.
So you're thinking either November 6th or November 7th?
Or 8th. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Somewhere within a day or two of the actual shooting.
Yeah.
And the red marks that we see on your pointer finger, middle finger, and slightly on your ring finger there, what caused those injuries?
A graze, I believe. Because, like I said, I felt something hot. And if I was to fall on my hand, I'm not no expert or anything, but if I was to fall on my hand or anything, my knuckles at the top would be messed up and everything else would be messed up. It just was right here.
Okay. So
And
you're
I
saying,
weighed 210 pounds. Probably at that time I weighed 190. So if I'm falling on my weight, my whole knuckle would be damaged on my whole hand.
Ron, can I just ask you a quick response to the question? What's the
Sustained,
cause?
yeah, it was a non-response.
when you say grazed, are you talking about grazed from one of the bullets?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's gonna be a leading objection, but you can't work.
What do you mean when you say grazed?
Like when he shot the first shot, I felt my hand hot because I felt like I got grazed.
By what?
A bullet.
After the second shot, so after the shooting, where did you see the defendant go?
I just ran after it. I just grabbed it.
But where did you see the defendant go?
After the shooting or while he was shooting?
After the shooting.
Oh, I seen him leave. Like I think he just took off.
Okay.
Like he ran.
And did he run out of your view? So you lost sight of him?
Yes.
Where, after he took, was he the first one to leave?
I don't know.
Did you see at some point, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Did you see at some point 12 people?
It was 3 years ago. I really don't really remember that. I just remember what happened to me. Like all the small pieces, it's kind of hard to like remember unless I have something physically or I said something around that time to remind me.
Was there a moment after the shooting where it was only you and Ills who were left on that street together?
Probably for like a second. He was still getting up or he was ready to run.
Okay. After Ills went to the ground, what was the next thing that happened?
I think they took off. Like 12B and Rocky took off, and then I'm probably like scanning the area to make sure he's still not there or shooting at me. And then I took off back the same way that I came and went down Hollywood back to the Lowe's.
When you say same way that you came, are you talking about the same streets that you walked?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would have been headed back towards the W Hotel in that area?
Yeah, correct.
And then did you walk all the way up to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, I did.
And from Hollywood Boulevard, did you walk all the way back to the Lowe's?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
In the time after the defendant and 12E ran away, where it's just you and L, I know you say it's a second. Was there anything that happened between you and Ills at that time?
No, the only thing it was said, and I put that on everything on whatever it was, but he said, you literally almost got me killed. And I looked at him and said, what? You came with him. That was the only thing that was said between me and Ills.
So there was a brief conversation?
Real brief.
Did you physically assault him?
No, never hit Ills. Never. And Ills actually has a broken jaw. Like, he cannot get hit in the face. He has like a wired jaw because Rocky's cousin broke his jaw.
Okay.
Don't object as a stricken, not responsive.
So stay. And the testimony is true. Read the first couple of words. Read the question, please.
Did you physically assault him? The question is, did you physically assault him?
Yeah, that calls for yes or no. Did you physically assault him?
No. Ills, no.
That night, November 6, 2021, did you know of any physical sensitivities that Ills had?
Excuse me?
Yeah, did you know that Ills had suffered an injury before November 6, 2021?
Did I know that he...
Hold on.
You can answer.
Did I know he had like a permanent broken jaw?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go back briefly to the surveillance video. Let's stay with this same file, Your Honor.
15 on 15?
Yeah, but the file label combined surveillance video. Briefly. All right. I have the video paused at 2 minutes and 47 seconds. If you could watch it, I'll play it. I'm gonna play a couple seconds and then I'll go back and ask you a question, okay?
Yes.
All right, I'm pausing it at 2:54. So let's go back to 2:47. I'll pause it here at 2:48. Do you see the individuals at the sort of towards the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there?
Yes, I do.
You see the person who's walking in front appears to be wearing a black sweatshirt and the person behind has a red jacket on.
Yes,
Do you recognize who the person in the black sweatshirt is?
yes, Rocky,
And who's the person in the red jacket?
Jamel.
Again, when you say Jamel, that's the person you also refer to as 12, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, last person I want to show you on this video. I have it paused at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. You see there's only one person depicted in the video here, kind of in the middle of the screen.
Yes,
Do you recognize who that person is?
yes, Elijah.
And same person you've also been referring to as Hills.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You mentioned that in your testimony just before that you have watched the surveillance video as part of this case, correct?
That's correct.
At least some of it. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you know when you first reviewed any surveillance video in this case?
I believe the DA called me to identify in a video if that was Rocky in like the first shooting. I think that was it.
Okay. Did you meet with police officers before you met with any deputy DAs associated with this case?
What do you mean?
Yeah, did you meet with police officers or police detectives before you talked to any prosecutors?
No.
The first person you talked to in this case was a prosecutor?
Oh, no, I talked to the police, I believe. Yeah, the police.
All right. When was the first time that you talked to the police? You don't have to give us a date, but you can say it was.
When I obtained a lawyer and walked into the Los Angeles Police Department.
How close in time was that to the shooting?
Well, I hit up a lawyer the same night, but it was late, so he advised me I forgot what it was he advised me of at that time, but then I ended up going back and getting the actual bullets myself.
Okay, hold on.
And taking pictures of the cameras.
How many, I guess my question is, are you talking about you went to the police within minutes, hours, days, weeks, months? Can you give us just a time period?
No, so I had to wait for the lawyer, and then I sent them everything that I like, the text messages, everything.
You're not answering my question.
Oh.
Give us just a time period. Don't tell me what you did, just say it was within hours, minutes, days, months. How soon after this?
Did I go to the police station?
Yes.
The next day.
Okay. Did this incident happen late at night on November 6th, correct?
I would have to see.
Well, it was dark out.
Yeah, I know it was late, but I don't, like I said, it was 3 years ago. I don't remember the dates, and I don't remember the streets at this point. I just remember what happened.
That's fair. But when you say the next day, is it possible that instead of being on the 7th, it was on the 8th that you went to the police department?
Yeah, so pretty much I was just waiting for the lawyer to respond back. So I had my business partner.
Stay. It's not responsible.
Okay.
We get grounds for when he makes
It's not responsible.
Could we have the defense state grounds instead of just objection when they? Just
Wasn't
as-
responsible.
I'm just asking the future.
No, you said, did you say not responsible?
You said objection.
Just an objection. I thought it was pretty obvious.
Can we just ask in future that he?
If you decide has to object, just say objection and the legal basis.
Thank you.
Okay. So the first time you reported this to the police, you say was within a day, either November 7th or November 8th of the shooting, correct?
Yeah, so pretty much I just wanted to wait for my lawyer.
That's just a yes or no, please.
Oh, yes.
Thank Did you call 911? Did you call the station? Did you go to the
No,
station?
we just walked in.
Okay. Do you remember which police station you walked into?
Hollywood, or like, I know it was, yeah, Hollywood police station.
And was there a police officer at the front desk that you talked to?
Yes.
And did you tell that police officer essentially what had happened during this incident?
I did.
After you talked to that police officer, did you talk to another police officer from that same station after him?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ultimately, did you meet
I
with
talked to so many people, like everything. Just,
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to unpack here now. So you talked to a police officer at the station. You then talked to a detective.
I think the detective came out because once I gave him the bullets, I think that's when he seen the lawyer I was with. I think that's when he took it serious and like had somebody come out. I think I remember.
Did you later talk to another set of detectives after that first detective?
And they called me so many times I don't even remember.
Is it fair to say you talked to a number of people about this incident from the police department?
Yes.
Okay. Did all of those conversations that you're talking about so far occur before you watched the surveillance video in this case?
It happened before I watched it.
So, have you seen the surveillance video when you walked into the Hollywood police station to watch the officer?
No, I didn't see no video.
When the detective from the Hollywood station called you, had you seen the video at that point?
I think they called me into LA. I forgot when I identified. I think it was like seriously like 8 months later or 7 months. I don't remember.
So was it police officers that showed you the video for the first time?
Yeah, they did.
But had you already told what had happened before watching the video?
Yeah, yes.
As you sit here right now, do you remember the date that you first saw the video?
Hey guys, I just want to make sure you know this is actually
And
a
the
replay.
video that you
So
watched
this is a replay from
first,
earlier.
do you remember what was
We've seen
in the
everything
video
for
that you
today.
watched?
Court is adjourned
It
until
was the one
tomorrow.
of
So I'm about to wrap up this live because I'm working on some things tonight. I need to go live. We got a lot of different legal things to talk about, including tonight's conversation,
Outside of the parking
the
garage?
different things that Trump is doing with the federal employees, how he's offering them severance. We've got a few
I
things.
think they showed me.
So I just want to
They
make sure
showed me
that.
the other one too. Of the parking lot.
So okay, if you want to keep watching, I'll let it keep playing, but I'll let you know. I'll just pull back and keep watching.
So when you say the other one, are you talking about the sort of blurry distance one that we just went over?
Yeah. Yes.
Did they, if you remember, did you see any other videos?
I don't think so. They didn't show me a lot.
Did they show you the video that I played at the end there of the defendant and 12E walking up the street?
No, they didn't show me none of that.
Okay.
I think they only showed me 2 videos, which was Rocky with the gun and then the actual like shooting taking place. Everything else they didn't show me. I found out during preliminary hearing.
So
I believe.
yeah, and I don't want to jump yet to the preliminary hearing, but the first time you watched the video, did you see any video that had audio on it or attached to it?
Only one, but that was the shooting, but you couldn't see anything.
When the police showed you the video, did they play the one for you that has audio?
Oh no.
Okay. You said the first time you saw that one was at the preliminary hearing, correct?
Yeah. Correct.
After this incident, so after November 6th, next time that you saw Elijah?
After the incident,
Yes.
I haven't seen Elijah since
In person?
in person.
Now, if there's an allegation that Elijah suffered an injury because of this, was there anything that you saw that that you could speak to what Elijah looked like after this incident?
You know what again?
Yes, it's if there's an allegation that Ills suffered an injury because of this incident, did you have any opportunity to see Ills' face after this incident?
Actually, I did because one of them posted a video and I took a snapshot of them all eating. They went out to eat the next day after the shooting.
Okay, and where did you see that video?
It was on, I forget whose story mode, but it was one of them, but it was like burritos. He even had his girlfriend there and a bunch of people eating and he was toasting. And I just figured I'd take a snapshot.
And could you see Ills in that video?
Oh yeah, you can.
And you took a photograph of that?
I did.
Where's my next?
18.
To show you what I just marked as people 18. Can you see that?
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And is this the screenshot that you're talking about that you took?
it is.
And the video you watched was on November 8th, correct?
I don't really look at how to see, but yes.
Okay. But
If
you're
I take it
saying,
off my phone, you can see it.
are you saying you don't know the specific date, but you know it was within a day or?
Oh, I knew it was the next day.
The next day?
Yeah.
And do you see Ills in this still photograph?
Yeah, it was just right to the, I believe, that way too. It's him right here.
Okay, so I would say it's the only face that we can see on the far left of the photograph to the stand next to the person in the red jacket who's standing there. Who's the person in the red jacket?
That's right.
Okay. And when you the video you actually saw of this, was it was longer than just this one photograph, right?
Yeah, they was toasting.
And in the video, could you see more of Ills' face?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Did you see any injury on Ills' face in that video?
No.
Okay. Now, I know we've kind of jumped around a little, so I want to go back to the day of the shooting. After the two shots that we heard, the defendant and 12E ran away. You said you and Ills separated, correct?
Yeah.
And you walked the same path that you had taken up the street past the W down Hollywood, correct?
Yeah, back to the Lowe's.
Okay. What at that point was your reaction to what had just happened? How are you feeling?
Shit. I felt betrayed. I felt hurt. I felt like that's why I was texting. I wanted to see where he was at with this situation. I felt like he was just denying it, like just acting like the shit didn't happen. So it was hard for me to like even trust him or anybody around him at that point. So I started calling like lawyers that had my business partner.
Let me stop you. When you say he and him, are you talking about the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you, well, I think you already said you went back to the Lowe's, correct?
Yeah, I went back to Lowe's to get my girlfriend for 1 second.
Okay.
But I walked there. I walked to Lowe's and I ended up getting my girlfriend.
And
I went
after,
back and got the bullets.
so after you met up with your girlfriend, where did you go?
We drove back to the same spot. So
To-
that was within like an hour or 45 minutes. You could timestamp it and see how long it took me to get back there. But it wasn't hard for me to find the bullets because I knew exactly where I got shot at.
Okay. We stopped you. So you and your girlfriend are together, you're driving, you said we went back there. Where do you mean when you say there?
To the incident.
Where the shooting happened or where at the parking garage?
The shooting.
Okay. That street corner?
Yes.
And I believe in your answer you said that, and this is your approximation, that it was about 45 minutes to an hour after the shooting that you went back?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the exact time?
Probably, I've seen it recently on my phone, but it had to be like 10:40 something, or maybe like 11:40 something. So that gives it like an hour from the time that the incident happened. And I took a picture of the bullet. So I remember, I think you have to show me the time or something. That's how I remember. But first I stopped at Dunkin' Donuts to get a pen and a brown paper bag. And then I went over there in hopes to find whatever I could find, whether it was cameras, anything, you know what I mean? Because I took pictures of cameras and everything, and then so happened to find the bullets. So I take a picture of them before I scoop it up with a pen and then put it in the brown bag.
We're gonna take a break now. Stretch your legs. that's a reasonably educated guess. Everybody okay? All right, we're back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Efron is on the stand, and Mr. Roman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Right before we broke, we were talking about how you went back to the street corner where this incident happened. You had your girlfriend with you, and you personally went back to look for evidence at the crime scene. You follow me so far?
Yes.
And you said that while you were at the corner, you found some fired cartridge cases or evidence that was at the street, correct?
That's correct.
And when I asked you if you remembered specifically what time you went back to the location where this happened, you referenced that you took photographs and there was a timestamp in your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask to mark my next exhibit.
19.
If I'm going to actually staple the two pages together, Your Honor, so if we can do 19A and 19B.
Eighteen was what? Oh, the shot of the restaurant? All right, 19A and B.
Mr. Efron, let me actually approach. 19A has some small photographs on it. I'm going to hand the document to you, I'll put it up there, but take a look at that and tell me specifically if you recognize the 4 photographs that you see small pictures of on this exhibit.
Yes.
And what are those?
The pictures I took
Of,
showcasing, I believe.
and were those pictures that you took at the scene when you went back?
Yes, it is.
Do you see in the column right next to that, under the line where it says created, there's a date of 11/6/21, and then on the topmost one, it says 11:45 and 24 seconds PM, correct?
Correct.
Does that match the time that you went back to the location where this incident happened?
Yeah, within an hour.
And would that be the time that you specifically took the photograph?
Yes.
Same time you were referring to in your phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm gonna display this now so everyone knows what we're talking about. Did you take multiple photographs while you were at that location?
I did.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm gonna just display the page in its entirety first, and then zoom in on the topmost row. The photograph to the far right here, is that one of the photographs you took of the cartridge cases?
It is.
And then the date and time created is in the next column over, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then going down the row, the second photograph would have been created November 6/21 at 11:45:49, so just a few seconds after the first one.
That's correct.
The third one at 11:47:56, correct?
Yes.
And the fourth one on this page, 11:48:01, correct?
Yes.
Now, and I can show them, approach me, to show them to you closer, but would you agree that the first 2 photographs appear to be of the same cartridge case?
It is.
So even though there's 2 photographs, those photographs are taking pictures of the same individual thing.
Exactly.
Okay. And then the bottom 2 photographs, is that, are you taking a photograph of a second cartridge case?
I am.
Okay, so even though there's 4 photographs, these are only of 2 cartridge cases at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And were these photographs that you took before you picked up those items?
Yes,
Was, so these would have been in place at the time?
it was in place, never touched.
I'm gonna put up people's 19B. Do you recognize that, Mr. Efron?
I do,
And is that one of the photographs that you took?
it is.
In total, while you were at that scene after you went back, how many cartridge cases did you find and collect?
2,
Did you find any more than 2 that you did not collect?
no.
Okay. Trying to pull up the computer here, but for some reason it's not recognizing something's plugged in. There we go. Your Honor, I'm going to display from the same exhibit, People's 15, the thumb drive. On the actual drive itself, there's a folder labeled 1616 Vista Del Mar. And contained within that are 2 files. The bottom file starts with magic-QX and ends in the number 2000. That's the file that I have pulled up on screen here. And Mr. Efron, can you see that?
Yeah.
This would be the same camera that we've seen before, correct, of that location?
Yes.
And it's very small here, but in the bottom I have it paused at 230957. I'm gonna play it forward a little, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions. If I can see any of these controls. I'm gonna ask you to focus your attention on that same street corner that we were discussing before. Can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb now into the street?
Yeah, that's me.
Keep your voice up.
Yeah, that's me.
Are you sure that that's you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
How is it that you are sure?
Because we can go back to when I took the stamps and see, like, you know what I mean?
Okay. So that's,
Well, can you just give some time on that, please?
yes. See, I paused it again. So right now it's at 23:10:31, which would be 11:10:31. 11:10:31. And you said you were there 11:45:24, correct, Mr. Efron?
Yes.
So this would be half an hour before you said you got there, correct?
How did I before?
If this is 11:10 and you said you got there at 11:45,
Hold on.
Can we have?
Yes.
What's the issue?
So say it again.
Wait, you say what now? Say that again?
yeah, that video shows that person there at 11:10 p.m. and you're saying you returned at 11:45. That was what you said when you said refer to the timestamps on the pictures, correct?
What time did the incident happen again?
The incident happened at 10:17 p.m.
10:17. What time was this?
Encroaching. It might be easier for you to see than me, but it's saying 11:10 p.m.
Yeah, so that's correct.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I mean, can you make out the person that you see in that video?
Objection, Judge.
He's already answered.
Your Honor.
No speaking objections.
I'm asking
No
for grounds.
speaking objections. Asked and answered.
Your Honor,
Yes?
I would just ask.
Yes.
I would just ask that counsel, the court is ordered that counsel state grounds. When he simply says objection.
I know what he's gonna say. All right, I'll wait till he states the legal grounds. I'll wait till you state the legal
Please,
grounds.
thank you, Your Honor.
But I know what the legal grounds are, but as soon as he says objection,
Asked and answered.
ask me. He already said that.
Your Honor, I believe we are allowed to clarify.
Mr. Lord? No. Go ahead.
Would you agree that the person in that video, what color clothing items do you see that person wearing in the video?
Like again? A white shirt, I think like pants
Okay.
or sweater.
And you previously said you were wearing a dark colored top, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
But you're saying the person in this video is wearing a light colored top, correct?
All I know, I went back and found the bullets. I don't know who that is or what time, or I know I came back within an hour. I'm confused on what this is right here.
Okay. When you went back to your hotel, did you change your clothing?
I don't really remember. It was so long ago, but probably, I don't know.
You also said when you went back to the scene, you were with your girlfriend, correct?
Yeah.
Did you see a second person in the video here?
No, but you gotta keep playing it.
You continue to play. All right, they're asking me to wait because they're fixing the computers.
Check it all out. Find out what the problem is. All right.
Mr. Efron, did you have an opportunity to watch this video? I'm sorry, I can take that. It's distracting, the timestamp with the photographs. Did you have a chance to watch this video when you testified at the preliminary hearing?
I did.
When you testified at the preliminary hearing, did you say that's
Or grounds.
Yes, nice finish.
What's the objection?
This attorney impeaching, which is not.
There's nothing wrong with impeaching parties on witness.
Can we strike the word impeachment? That's not a legal objection, and he's now describing what we're doing, which is incorrect.
An attorney is entitled to contradict what a witness has previously said.
Did you previously testify at the hearing? That's not me.
What are you going to read?
The preliminary hearing transcript,
What page?
127.
What page?
Right now, I'm at line 13.
Hold on. I don't have a transcript. I think I can get one.
We need to get all of it. You are with me, have an extra copy.
Alex is going to get all of that.
Yeah, while Alex is getting that, we approach.
While he's doing that, Connor, I'm gonna, just for the sake of time, I'm gonna play the video forward and then I'll come back to it on your question once you have a transcript. Okay, Mr. Efron, I just, sorry, my eyes are just not that good. I cannot see the time. It's so small. So it's stopped right now at 23:10:31. So it'll be 11:10:31. I'm gonna play it forward. And I'll read the time off where we stopped. Keep your eye on that person if you would, Mr. Efron.
Last time, you know, walk like that.
Hold on, there's no question.
No question.
Hold on. Right. I'm gonna stop it there. I think that's good. Let me just read off the time. And it'll replay. So it's now at 23:11:39. So 11:11:39. Did you have an opportunity to watch that person that was depicted on the video during that period of time the video was played?
Yes,
And did you see any other people with that individual?
no,
I'd like to go into the transcript, Your Honor, but
Can you bring me the page?
yes.
We'll just take a look at it before you.
Line
120, page 127,
All right,
line
sorry.
13.
Line 13. And it's gonna go into 128.
All right, so just take a look. Over to where on that one?
At least to line 6, Your Honor.
All right, this is inconsistent with his process, so it's fair game.
Well, can we approach or? I just don't want to speak the objection, so that's all I'm trying to.
You can, the part that you wanted to read is inconsistent with today what Mr. Efron has testified to. You're entitled to bring out prior statements that are different than in court, in trial statements. So go ahead.
I'm not disputing that, Your Honor.
Yes.
See,
Is there Something else I need to see? No. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Efron, when you testified previously, you were shown that video, correct?
Yes,
Did you say, that's not me?
I believe so. It was a long time ago.
Do you, want to refer to the transcript?
But I remember, I needed to jog my memory the first time I'm seeing it. Once I looked at the video, I noticed that's not me.
Okay.
I don't walk like that, I don't move like that. That looked like a homeless person or something.
Did you also in fact say, I don't even walk like that?
When before?
Yes, when you.
Oh, I just had to
testified
look
previously.
just now and notice again, but yeah, I don't walk like that.
Okay. My question is, when you testified previously, you said, I don't even walk like that.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you also previously testify that when you went back, quote, I probably had the same hoodie on, that looks like a gray hoodie?
Sounds familiar. How long ago did I say that?
Is that what you said previously? Meaning, you said previously that you were wearing the same hoodie, correct?
From that day? What do you mean?
I mean,
I
okay,
don't remember it was so long ago.
you told us that when this incident happened, you were wearing this hoodie.
Right.
When you went back to your hotel and then came back to find the fired cartridge cases, you previously testified you were wearing the same hoodie, correct?
Yeah, so I touched.
And answered your line.
All right, Alex was giving me the, could you read the question?
Question, when you went back to the hotel and then came back to find the fired cartridge cases, you previously testified you were wearing the same hoodie, correct? Answer, yes.
And when you watched the video, you commented that the person seen in that video was wearing a gray hoodie, or what you meant was a different color hoodie from the one that you were wearing that night, correct?
Correct.
And that testimony that we're referring to, or say you said that previously, that was on November 8th of 2023, correct? At a completely different hearing?
That was a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
The court previously taken judicial notice.
Yeah, the preliminary hearing occurred over 2 days. The first day was November 8th of 23. The second day was November 20th.
As you sit here right now, do you have any recollection of how long it took you to find these fired cartridge cases after you went back to the scene?
Probably took me no longer than 2-3 minutes.
In your view, was it a quick, short period of time?
Yes.
You talked yesterday about some of the reasons why you would not have physically attacked the defendant that day, correct?
In general.
You talked about, in general, the consequences that you feared that would come to your career in the music business. Remember that?
Yes.
Those were consequences that you feared would possibly happen if you got into an altercation with him. Have you, since this incident, suffered any actual consequences to your career?
Oh, of course.
Can you explain that to the jury?
I mean, it's been a living hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, death threats, just people labeling me a snitch for saying something that happened. My social media, everything that I'm doing as far as social media, I don't have a presence there no more.
You said you were working in the music industry managing.
And then like my artists turned on me, my producers, they all turned on me because of the decision I made. They felt like, okay, this is gonna be like, I can't back them up no more. I can't support them with what I'm doing, going to the police. They didn't want nothing to do with me no more.
When you say they turned on you, what does that mean?
Like they unfollowed me, wrote shit about me, like some of them, other ones just like understood.
We're not making that road suggestions.
Are you still working with any of those individuals?
No, nobody.
So that would include artists or musicians that you were working with, correct?
Yes.
Would also include producers that you worked with, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You don't have any of those people that you're managing anymore, correct?
Nobody.
You said that prior to this incident, you had meetings with different executives from record labels, correct?
Yeah.
Do you still have meetings with record labels?
No, they all unfollow me. Give me all of them.
Do any of them contact you anymore?
No.
You said you had your own management business called Shut Eye, correct?
That's correct.
Is that still a business?
No. I actually cut ties with all my artists and gave them their royalties. Like I didn't even get no back end.
Stop.
Is it fair to say that your entire career in the music business is now no longer, does not exist anymore?
In that field of overall music, fashion, just the culture, it's done.
All of it.
Done.
And how soon after the shooting did that happen?
I mean, nobody really knew it was me until Jabari posted a picture of me. So then once that happened, it was over.
Okay.
That doesn't answer your question.
Yeah, was that picture specifically in some way relating back to this shooting?
Yes.
How so?
Because he wrote on one of my pictures, this rat ass nigga snitched on my brother, or snitched on my bro, or whatever.
And after that, your career basically ended.
Oh yeah.
After the shooting, you already said you contacted an attorney, correct?
I did.
Did you ultimately, through your attorney, file a civil lawsuit?
I did.
And is the defendant one of the people that you're suing in that lawsuit?
Yes, him and his lawyer.
Okay. When you say his lawyer, who are you talking about?
Joe Tacopino?
Is he seated at the table here today?
He is.
And why was it that his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct?
No, but I got defamation lawsuit against him.
They're opening the door here.
I didn't, well, can you read the question back and the answer?
Why was it that his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct? Answer, no, but I have a defamation lawsuit against him.
The question is, why was his shooting, why was the attorney not at the shooting?
It definitely was not.
Why was it that, dashes, his lawyer wasn't at the shooting when that happened that day, correct?
Why was he?
Call for yes or no. Mr. Tacopino was not at the shooting, correct?
No.
That's another question.
since, well, when you came to that preliminary hearing that we talked about before, did Mr. Takapina ask you questions at that hearing?
He did.
Can you give us an approximate of how long that, how long he was able to ask you questions?
I don't recall, I don't remember. It's like a day, half a day, I don't really remember.
Okay. More than an hour?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And did you answer the questions that he asked you?
I did.
After that day, has Mr. Takapina asked you to, essentially, if you'll sit down for an interview?
No,
Did he ask you, or sorry, he did not ask you directly, but were you asked by the judge if you would agree to an interview with Mr. Takapina since that day of the preliminary hearing?
yeah, I was
When did that happen?
yesterday.
And what was your answer?
I declined
Why did you decline to talk?
because I spoke to him already.
One second, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit on 20. Do you have a friend, first name is Justin?
That's my business partner.
Is he a close friend of yours?
He is,
Someone that you've done business with?
yes,
After this shooting, did you exchange text messages with Justin?
I did.
And did you send him any messages specifically related to the shooting?
Not really, I don't know if it would you call that relating or, yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Tell me, I'm gonna display what I previously marked as people exhibit 20. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yeah, so I said I want to get this nigga's money.
All right, when you wrote that line, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Rocky.
And again, was this text message sent after the shooting?
Yes, it was after.
Now, can you see Justin responds to your text, correct?
Yeah, he's a sarcastic person, so he said he's probably trying to get you to perform at conference time.
So when you received that, you didn't receive that as a serious comment that he was making?
No, because he always makes like weird side jokes.
Okay. And what was your response to him after that?
He shot me.
And when you say he shot me, who are you referring to?
To Rocky.
Objection, he didn't say shot, he said he shot at me.
Sorry, I apologize, I didn't read that correctly. When he said he shot at me, who are you referring to when you say he?
Rocky. Rocky.
Is there a approximate date and time when that text was sent? Or is there a
Same
way
day.
is there a way to determine?
There is. Give me just 1 second. Do you remember the date and time?
It had to be the 7th.
I don't have it printed. I can definitely pull it up on my computer. Okay, we'll find the date and time and then we'll enter stipulation. That works good. Sure. Okay. I'm gonna mark my next exhibit, Your Honor, 21. It is a 10-page document. Text messages, yes. Before I display, I'm gonna approach and ask him to review himself. Now, there's some information redacted on here, Mr. Efron, but do you recognize who the text messages in this thread are between? Okay. And
Okay, I didn't hear.
Me and Robbie.
the date that these text messages start, would you agree it's November 6, 21 at about 9:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you need to refer to context, let me know. But there's two colors of text bubbles. There's blue and there's green. Do you know which one is you and which one is
I'm green. He's blue.
so the defendant's blue and you're green?
Is that yes?
Yes.
And that first message, November 6/21 at 9:34 p.m., that would be before the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
Now I'm gonna go all the way to the last page, page 10, and show you the very last message on this thread is marked at November 7/21 at 12:46 a.m. Would you agree that is after the shooting?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you said he is blue and you are green, correct?
Yes.
Let's go through this first page, first text message. What was the content of the text message that you received?
Where you at? Question mark.
And then the second text message that you received.
Let's get to it.
All right. The third text message,
Stop ducking my calls.
and that one was read by you at 9:35, or sorry, 9:39 and 22 seconds p.m.
Correct.
Did you then respond to that message, correct?
Yeah, but we spoke because I answered his FaceTime call.
That's okay.
I'm just it's not about lying, but I didn't want to tell him exactly where I was at, so I said Trader Joe's.
That's fine. So, and I'm sure there are other messages you exchanged with other people, but I'm just asking you to focus on this thread. Your next response to him at 10:08:31 was, "I'm in front of Trader Joe's, drop location."
Correct.
The record, that was PM.
My fault. Okay. Going to the third page, the top of the page, the first message. I know it's a small photograph, but can you tell just from that small photograph what that's a picture of?
That's the showcase, not how.
And is this you sending him a picture of the shell casing after the shooting?
That's correct.
And how soon after you took the picture did you send it to him?
I don't know, within minutes or if right there, I don't really remember.
Okay. You took the picture at 11:45 and then sent it at 11:58. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you sent it to him that same night, correct?
I did.
And this, again, this is after the shooting.
That's after the shooting.
And then your next message to him?
You trying to kill me. Try killing me.
And now we moved into the next day, November 7th, but just past midnight. So 12 o'clock and 55 seconds in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said to him, the next message?
You should have killed me.
And then your next message to him after that one?
I sent him a text message of his call to me, his text message to me, letting him know that, so when I said you should have killed me, I was meaning I'm about to be the biggest, like I'm about to do what I need to do.
You were showing him the prior text message where he said, "Where are you at? Let's get to it."
I'm pretty much showing
Wait,
him.
both can't talk at the same time. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Yes, you had taken a screenshot of the text messages where he said, where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. And that's what you sent to him?
I did.
Okay, and that's at 12:12 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
Efron, even though you might know or think what the answer is gonna be, that the question is over, can you wait all the way until you hear the lawyer finish their question, because the court reporter can't get you both at the same time.
Okay. Now, would you agree that up until that point in the text thread, he has not responded to your messages, correct?
I'll have to see my phone.
So what I'm saying is, you said after the shooting, you texted him the garbage
Okay,
case,
yes.
and you sent him 3 other messages. To that point, you never responded to any of them, correct?
Correct.
But after you sent him the picture of your conversation, he responded, correct?
Yes.
And what was the first message that he sent to you?
Bro, what the fuck is you talking about? Why? Bro, what the fuck is you talking about? Why you telling people I shot at you?
And then he questioned or added a question mark to the message that you had sent to him previously, saying you tried killing me.
Yeah, you put a question mark on it.
What did that mean to you? When someone puts a question mark on your text?
I can't tell you what he meant by that.
No, how did you receive it?
I received it like he was not owning up to the fact. Like, I just wanted to see if he was gonna own up to like what he was doing.
Okay. And then you sent him a response, correct?
Yeah, on my hand.
What were you showing him on your hand?
The graves.
The same injuries that we displayed before?
Yes.
And then
That was in Eagle 17.
Eagle 17, yes. And then his next message to you was to attach a question mark to your text of you should have killed me, correct?
That's correct.
Did you receive that the same way? Like you said, in your words, he wasn't owning up to it?
Yeah, he was in denial still.
Top of the next page. What did you text him after that?
I said I did love you, dumbass.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I love her. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't expect that.
Sorry, I couldn't hear someone cough.
I did not expect this to happen, so I was just telling him I had love for you.
Meaning before the shooting, you
Yeah,
loved
before it.
him. Okay. Can you read your next message to him?
I said, y'all niggas try to set me up and take me with my daughter.
Did he respond to that message?
He did.
What did he say?
I try to do what? Nigga, I know you hate me. I hate you too.
Top of the 8th page. What did he say?
Stop making shit up, bro.
All right. And how did you respond to that?
I got bid.
Okay. At that point, what did you mean when you said I got bid?
I got video.
What video were you referring to?
So, I was thinking the actual, like, around, I probably was texting him after I got the bullets or something like that. I don't really remember, but when I said that, I probably was already back at my hotel and I retook pictures of every location we was at.
Okay, you said when you went back to take pictures of the actual cartridge cases, there were other things you were taking pictures of as well, correct?
Yeah.
What other things were you taking pictures of?
Any cameras I seen around?
On businesses?
Yeah.
And had you, up to the point that you sent this text, so we're now at 12:40 on November 7th, did you watch video from any of those locations?
No, I couldn't.
Did you have access to any of those cameras?
No, I went to one building, they told me I needed a subpoena.
Okay, so they specifically refused to let you watch it?
They wouldn't even acknowledge the fact that I wanted the video. They was like, you would need a subpoena.
So
I think I went with the lawyer that I had, and he told him that.
the point being though, when you sent that text message, at that moment, you had not seen any video related to this case.
I haven't seen anything.
Were you only referring to the fact that you know there were cameras around it?
Yeah, so I wanted to reserve before it gets too late on what happened, because I didn't go to the police right away.
But I'm asking, what are you communicating to him with that text message?
Oh, I'm letting him know that I have evidence, like, you're not getting away from this.
Why is it that you felt like you had to tell him you had evidence?
Because he shot at me, he wasn't acknowledging the fact that he shot at me.
Was he denying that the whole incident took place? Is that how you received it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna have to break it in 2 minutes.
I'm just want to finish with this and I'll be done here. You, after that text message about the video, what did you text him?
See you soon, bud.
Then your next message?
I meant to say probably stop texting me, you lost it.
Okay. But what you actually sent him was
Text everything, you lost it.
All right. And then your next text,
Just stop texting me.
and then how did he reply to that?
Love me, but talk shit about me, shit on me, let me get cut, which I don't know how the fuck I let this nigga get cut, and still ain't cut you off. We never had.
Wait, Mr. Efron, can you just read the text and then I can ask you what you.
Nigga, you've been a op. You don't love me because we don't do business, so it is what it is.
Okay. When he said that you talk shit about him, what did you take that?
I never talk shit about him. If anything, I'm just voicing my opinion on why shit is not working.
Okay. Did you know what he was referring to when he said, "Let me get cut"?
Oh yeah, I was there that day, but I had nothing to do with him getting cut.
You didn't personally do anything to him, correct?
No.
All right. And then when he says you've been an op, what does that mean?
That was the first time I ever heard I was an op from him.
What's an
So
op?
it was new. Like an opposition, maybe somebody you don't fuck with. Mind you, I told this dude many times, if you don't fuck with me, just let me know.
Okay. And then get the rest, and then the last text message that he sent to you.
Now you're trying to extort niggas talking about I shot at you and shot you 4 times and all type of nonsense. You a phony, you don't have my best intentions. Stop
He
texting.
doesn't say mine.
Where?
You
You
don't
don't-
have the best intention.
Oh yeah, you don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me and stop calling my manager and call the police if I shot at you. You weirdo. So after that, that's when I was like, okay.
Oh, hold on.
How did you receive that text message?
Oh, there was no more trying after that. I was gonna do, like, he literally told me to go to the police.
But did you receive that as him denying that this incident ever took place?
Oh, yeah.
In anywhere in the text messages he sent you, did he refer to an allegation that he used a prop gun
No, never.
or a starter pistol?
No.
When he says stop texting me and stop calling my manager, what is he? What do you know what he's referring to when he says stop calling my manager?
So he had a manager, John, that I was cool with. And when he did that, I sent everything I sent him, I sent to John. And John was like, pretty much like, whoa, let me see what's going on.
Okay, but that's what you thought he was referring to, was the fact that you were in communication with his manager.
With his manager, yeah.
Okay. You had a concern about what would happen if you ever challenged the defendant. Have those concerns been realized in your life?
What do you mean by that?
Just a minute. About how much longer do you have?
That's it, Your Honor, that's my last question.
So you feel you'll be finished with direct examination?
Yes.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Yes, you've told us about all these fears you had about what would happen to you, what would happen to your career, your life, if you challenged the defendant. What happened? Have those fears actually been realized since this incident?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Those consequences have happened to you, correct?